Hello, is this thing on? Is this thing on? It's stream number 125. Okay, so I am working on a multiplayer game, and it is going to be a 2D pixel art RPG. And I do not have another game that I've made before, so I'm trying to learn all the things I need to know. And I'm setting up servers, I'm picking systems for the game, and I have a prototype game that I've been working on to flesh out some of the details of things. And actually, I can show that right up front here, because I'm going to be working on that a bit today. So that's the front end, and I need to start the back end. That is this command. So this is my mock-up prototype game that has a bit, let's move that mouse, has a bit of the look and feel, but not the same story or mechanics of the real game I'm going to make. This is mostly just to try out entity component system and also the technologies available for doing the graphics in the browser. I'm using Pixie.js for this front end for the graphics, and for the entity component system, I have a mix of Lua and C++. And that's the subject of today. Is I'm going to be measuring the performance of the prototype systems in the entity component system that I have in the game, the prototype game that is. So first, since right now I've ported all of the systems to Lua, to PUC, or otherwise known as vanilla Lua, I'm going to first measure the performance in that. And this is how I'm going to do it. Sample the time before and after calling the systems, accumulate differences, compute the average, record the smallest and largest, and then every second display those and start over. So those will appear here on the backend log. Right now there's nothing else that shows during the game other than it says, try this level now, and it loads the systems. Lua starts working, and then when we disconnect, it says goodbye. So in the middle here, we'll start to see performance measurements. So after I do that, I'm going to roll back the code to when they were in C++ before I ported them to Lua, and do the same thing again. And I hope to see not that much of a difference. I really hope that Lua is not terribly bad compared to C++, because if it is, then I maybe have to change my strategy of what I'm going to do in the real game. And yeah, so anyway, after that, the suggestion I've gotten from numerous people is don't use PUC Lua, but use LuaJIT. So there's a bit of work here because LuaJIT is based off of an older version of Lua than what I've been using. But we'll see what we can do. I'm going to download it, build it, figure out how to integrate it into the back end of my game, my prototype game that is, and then here's the deal. Make any necessary changes. So I have no idea how big that is to get it to work, to get the Lua I've written to work with LuaJIT. I'm hoping also that the integration of LuaJIT into the back end is smooth. The LuaJIT page claims it is, but you never know. There might be some differences in the C API that I haven't seen yet. I hope not. But anyway, if I can get all these done, I'll be able to measure the performance a third time, and then I'll have a nice comparison between 3 different implementations, C++, LuaJIT, and then PUC Lua. So that's what I'm going to do. So yeah, again, this is just a mock-up or prototype that I did in about a week. And it gives me a vehicle to quickly try things out and not have the full game architecture there that I have to worry about. And also, it kind of gives you guys an idea of the style of graphics. I know the graphics are pretty ugly. That's because I'm not an artist and I did this mock-up really quickly. But try to get better. Maybe buy some open source art. I mean, not buy. Get some open source art, or maybe buy some art, or get an artist to help. I need some monsters. I killed the monster generator. Need some monsters to run around with while I'm talking. Yeah, so improving the art is going to happen later. I want to focus more on getting the mechanics of my game going, get it on the cloud so that people can play it, get feedback, and then focus more on story and mechanics rather than art, because art is my weak point, and Don't want to make art the make or break point of the game. I want to, the game hooks that I put in to make this something you might want to play will be not so much artwork, but it will be as much of story, mechanics, that kind of thing. I want to kind of make a sandbox game where you can explore, do different things, interact with other players, that kind of thing. Some other games that might be similar to this to draw comparisons to might be the Realm of the Mad God is one, or Tales of Maj Yal, or Tome as it's sometimes called. So where the graphics is not so much the focus, but it's more either the multiplayer aspect or in the case of Tome, it's more the story. Okay, and maybe the challenge aspect as well. So let's get started. Right now is not recording the performance. I wanted to do that. To make a fair comparison, we're going to want to change the build from a debug to a release. Enable all optimizations. Give the code the best chance to do its best. The best chance to run fastest, really. Okay, so I'm just building the code I had. Let's go in while it's building and get ready to add the performance measurement stuff. This shouldn't take too long. I've done this kind of thing before. Lots of times. It's not that advanced. We just need to find the point where it's in the main game loop. I think that's down here. Yeah, in the worker. Here's the main game loop. So we record the tick number, and we increment that tick every tick, of course. And we prepare all the things that the systems in Lua need, which are the components manager, what I call components. Push that onto the Lua stack. The WebSocket back to the client, because that's how we communicate between the front end and the back end is through a WebSocket. I can actually show that here. I probably should have before. If I refresh that and then hit connect here, we will see this WebSocket here, that if I put the correct WebSocket. Oh, right. I forgot. I was rebuilding. We're done building, and I need to start that back end back up. So try again. Connect. All right, so here's that WebSocket. All of the rendering of the game is in the form of these messages sent from the back end to the front end, talking about what sprites need to be rendered. For example, in this case, it was a monster that moved, and then something else, probably another monster that got destroyed. Oh, I just died. We also transmit the health, number of potions, and score with every rendering message. So that's rendering, and in the opposite direction would be the input controls. So whenever I press or release a button to either move or fire, that shows up here as either a move or a fire key. It's pretty simple and pretty nice. We can use the debug tools built into Chrome or any other web browser really to inspect the traffic between the front end and back end. It's all over all done with JSON messages sent in either direction, because we can do that with a WebSocket. Anyway, that's how the communication between them works. So that's why we need to give our game logic code access to that WebSocket layer, because the rendering system is the one that's going to be generating those messages to render the different tiles. So, yeah. Also, the systems need to know what tick number we're on, because some systems don't run every tick. They'll run every, like, 5th tick or 10th tick or something like that. And this is the actual call to the Lua system. So here's the one I'm going to want to measure performance around. Actually, maybe to be fair, we should measure from the top of the loop to the bottom. And we need something that can measure time. Do I have one already? I don't know if I do. I have a timekeeper that the main program has, so maybe we'll use that. There's where we create it. There's where we set up the web server. Okay, here's where we could give it to the game. Maybe we'll do that. So, game start. Let's have it include the timekeeper. Include timekeeper. All right. And then we're sharing it, so it needs to be shared pointer. So normally I would document every function, but since this is a prototype, I'm kind of being more lax about it. Okay, it's pinned that one too. There we go. Okay, now we're passing the timekeeper in, and I can hold on to it the same way I'm holding on to the WebSocket. Right there. So we'll need to store it in our internal implementation variables here. There we go. Now, when we are in our worker thread, we can access that. So we could say const auto start equals a timekeeper get current time and end. Start and is end the best word, or start or finish? Finish. Okay. So if we wanted to, we could just print them out now like this. I have a diagnostic sender. And we can say level 3, I guess, and we can say just, let's see, what systems took seconds to run. Something simple. And we do finish minus start. So let's just try this for now, make sure I got this right. Okay, I didn't pass the game the timekeeper. And it's in a capture, so we need to capture that here. Okay. Let's restart the game server. Now when we play, I don't need this debug right now, so let's reduce the size there. Okay, play. So there we go. We're getting the raw statistics every tick. That the first time it took 13 milliseconds, and then after that, it was somewhere around 5. So I want to only print that once per second, and then include a, we'll show 3 things: minimum, maximum, and average. That's what I really like to do. So to do that, since I know that the ticks are at a certain rate, an interval, which is controlled by the game's while loop, so it's 10 FPS here, I can, well, let's actually make that a constant. Frame rate, or tick rate. And then we can use it there, and then we can use it in computing the average. So we'll say something like vector ints, or actually no, doubles. Our time measurements are in doubles, right? Will be measurements, and we will make it be 1 second long, so the tick rate, so 10 measurements will get us 1 second. Right, so we also want to have a minimum, min measurement, I guess, and a max measurement. Actually, I don't need a vector. I don't need that at all. I really just need to count the number of measurements we've made. And to get the average, we basically need to accumulate measurements in a sum. And then we need to have a number of measurements. Actually, we need to initialize all these to 0. Actually, and this is a size. You know what I can do? I can initialize these inside the loop. I can say if num measurements equals 0, like that. Hey there, Amani Hate. You're the first person to say hi. I was getting kind of lonely. It's 15 minutes streaming and no one was here. I'm like, is something wrong with my stream? I'm working on performance measurements. I'm going to be comparing C++ to both PUC Lua, which is the vanilla Lua, and then LuaJIT, if I can manage to get that working today, just to see how bad Lua is versus C++, or how good it is. I've taken some raw measurements so far for Lua, 5 milliseconds per tick, and the tick rate is 10 FPS. So it's not great, and it's not that bad for this prototype. Yeah, I suspect C++ is better, but I'm hoping it's not too much better, because I really like the flexibility of being able to change the game logic without rebuilding. If C++ is a clear winner, I could also pursue a plug-in logic where I rebuild a DLL, link it back in at runtime, and that'd be sort of like a compromise between the flexibility of Lua and the inflexibility of C++. Okay, so it'd just be more complicated, a way to change the code. So yeah, so this is the measurement we have. Const auto measurement is that, and then we can do this. We can say min measurement equals the minimum. Do I have algorithm? I do. Okay. And then max is just max all the way. And then sum, we just add the measurement. And then we'll say if plus num measurements is equal to, I always feel weird about doing equals. Greater than or equal is makes me more comfortable. So we want to go a second, so it will be, let's actually make that a constant as well. This would be measurement interval. In seconds, so double. Let's just say seconds. The tick rate, ticks per second. Let me do this correctly. Ticks per second. There we go. Inversion of control is reflection in C++. Reflection? I suppose so. When I hear reflection, I think of C# where you can use the .NET platform to inspect like what properties and methods you have in classes. Inversion of control is, to me, makes me think of dependency injection. So providing an implementation to something that needs anything that satisfies an interface but doesn't know the exact implementation. So to me, those sound slightly different. Yeah. I'm not exactly sure I understand, but because those terms mean slightly different things to me. What is this? What did I do here that's wrong? Is this just IntelliSense being funny? Yeah. So this will let the loop run in the correct interval. I suppose I can just pre-calculate the number of the measurement loops. Measurement interval loops is going to be the measurement interval seconds. Let me think about this. Times the ticks per second, right? And I need to, I guess I should just round that. Size t, and then f round. Is that the right? I do include math.h. Maybe it's just round. It's funny how that IntelliSense lag works. It's double in, double out, and that's how I convert to size t after rounding it. Okay, so this is the variable I want to use down here. So we're going to have this diagnostic a little bit different. So let's compute the average. Measurement is the sum of measurements divided by the number of measurements. Which one is winning? Well, I have numbers for Lua and they don't look that good. So this is every game tick is taken around 5 milliseconds. And this is an optimized build, so it's not too good. I'm gonna guess C++ is gonna be the clear winner. Kind of mixed up stack, yeah. It's a mixed up stack, all right. But maybe with LuaJIT it will be closer. We'll see. So average measurement. Let's change this to be min, average, max. And then the trick will be to reduce this to 0 every time so that when we go back to the top of the loop, we reinitialize those variables and start over. This is test code. Totally doing this. I want to do it all in a test environment so that I pick the right thing for me before I pick the right thing first and then put it into the real game. So this is just all in this prototype game that you may have seen me working on before. This being sort of a mock-up I did in about a week of certain things from my game. It's not going to be exactly the game, but I'm sorry about the mouse there. It's sort of showing the look and feel graphics-wise, and in the code, it's trying out an entity component system using the languages and approach that I thought about doing for the game. I'm just trying it out here because it's a lot easier. So yeah, I'm going to make sure I rebuild that. Okay, it did, and then we're going to restart. Now every second we should see a measurement. Okay, there you go. But the minimum, oh, I didn't do the minimum right. Average, maybe we need to increase the interval because the average jumped quite a lot. Although, I expect the average to jump around if there are more entities. I need to fix the minimum though. So minimum, we need to initialize it to be, I need limits. Actually, no, I don't need limits. What I can do is if I can say if it is the first, whoa, where did I go? Why so many programming languages? I just tried to pick the right tool for the right job. So front end, if I wanted to run in the browser, JavaScript seems the best tool for me. And back end, I'm most comfortable writing just traditional programs. So there, C or C++ is more familiar to me. So yeah, it's a mixture actually. What tools are more appropriate and what I'm more comfortable with depending on where it is. So in the browser, JavaScript, in the back end, C++. But then I'm also throwing in Lua for game systems right now because it's super easy to change the logic and you don't have to rebuild anything. And for tooling, I like Python because it's really easy for me to quickly build up a tool, command line tool, right? If you want to like deploy or build something, I've been using Python for years for that. So I think what I want to do is for this measurement, I'll say if num measurements is 0, then we're just going to assign it. Otherwise, we'll take a minimum. That should fix the minimum. Restart. Okay, there we go. So the minimum, yeah, it's changing too often. So let me increase the interval. Let's go to 3 seconds. Let's try that. I have to wait a little longer for the statistics, but maybe it'll be more regular. Okay, so there we go. So the minimum 1.5 milliseconds, average is around 4.5, maximum is up to 10 milliseconds per tick. We have 100 milliseconds, so that's 10% of the budget. Not too bad for this scale of a game, I guess. And this is only using one thread as well. We could do tricks where we could put a different interpreter for every system and have them run in parallel. There's no reason I can't do that. Lots of tricks I could do. Anyway, that gives us a nice baseline for Lua. I think what I want to do is grab that and put it here. Lua. This is PUC Lua. We'll just say, I don't have to have the version number. And then next will be C++. So for that, I need to take this measurement code and check that in as a commit, and then we'll roll back to where the systems were in C++, cherry pick this, the commit with the performance measurements, and then run it again. So this hopefully doesn't take too long. Let me first make the commit. I'm not in the correct repository. Now we are. Okay. Right, okay, so this is the code. Add performance measurements. Okay, now to roll back the code. Have I tried nim? I looked at nim. I think I have notes about it. Nim. I did make some notes about it. What did I say? Oh yeah, you asked about this back about a month ago. Why don't I have... I should have had a follow-up for that. I could have sworn I looked at it. Maybe I didn't. I'm sorry. That's a game. Okay, I need language. Yeah, look, I did look at it. I guess I just didn't write it up. Yeah, I know I looked at it. I think I just forgot to put a follow-up in my notes. Statically typed and compiled. Right, so this is like an alternative to Lua. I mean, I don't mind giving it a shot. I need to research it more. So what I'll do... Let me go to today's plan and say down here... To do... Actually, I can do more. I can do better than this. I can go to my Trello and make a card for it, for consider. Oh, I forgot to update this stuff. I did all that stuff yesterday. I'm not doing that today, so I'm going to drag these off to be, that's a bug, and this is a feature. No, that's also a bug. No, hold on. It's a feature. I forgot to make a card for what I'm doing. Let's do it. So, compare performance of ECS systems written in various languages. So, C++, PUC Lua, LuaJIT, and I will add here nim. And actually, this is a good place to put the performance numbers that I had here. So this is PUC Lua measurements. There we go. And then I'll add more for the other languages. Kind of like Python. You know, Python is another thing I could add to the list. I know how to embed Python, and it's not too bad. Maybe I should add that to the list. Not that I'll do it today, because I need to research nim for one thing. For Python, I have to do a little bit of... Like, I knew how to do it at one point, but I need to research it again to refresh my memory. But I'd like to compare all of these guys to make the best decision. So if you guys have any other similar technologies that you'd like me to check out, I'd love to put it on the list to at least consider. So for sure today I'm going to be doing C++ and Lua, and hopefully LuaJIT if I can get it to integrate. So I can add other languages to it to check out later. And I should label that, right? This is what? Yeah, I'm gonna reuse this tag. Triggers is what I used to call this stuff. This is game logic instead. And why did it pick that? I don't know. Game logic. So game logic is systems. Game state is components, really. Okay. I will certainly look at nim. Your bet is that nim is faster than both? We'll see. We shall see. Okay, I'm going to, for now, take... How come I can't resize this? I'm going to take a look at the history and go back to where we had the C++ systems in here. Perhaps this is the one. I think this is it, right? Why did I remove the old system before I added the new one, though? That's weird. So basically I want to go back to this one, right? Let's create a branch off of this one. CPP. And we'll check out that branch. Now, do I want to pull in some of this stuff? Oh, because that's Lua stuff, right? I think all of this is Lua, so I'm pretty good. I just need to cherry pick this, which is probably going to give me a conflict. Oh, it didn't. Okay. I expected that to give me a conflict. Do I need anything else in here? This is a bug in the Lua. I think these are all Lua. Oh, wait, this I need, right? Need that one. Actually, let me cherry pick that one first. So go reset to here. Cherry pick this bug. What is this? Oh, I need that one too. These were bugs I found when I tried to build it in Linux or on the Mac, I think. I tried Git Kraken and a couple other ones, and I'm just too used to Git GUI and Git K. I'm sure Git Kraken and other things are nice, but I tried to use them and I just it didn't feel as good. I wasn't as comfortable. Okay, this one I need cherry pick, and then this one. And then the performance measurements. Okay. Right, so rebuild it all. Interesting. I have bugs. Probably because I changed things around here. It's cool. It actually put the code in the right place. So here's the start of our measurements. Then here's actually how we used to do the game systems. And there's the finish. Although, we really should do it this way. We only need the lock while we're updating the systems. Oh, it used to be not shared. Okay, yeah, I made it. I had to make it shared, I think, when I ported stuff to Lua. That's the only difference? That wasn't too hard. Okay, let's run the C++ based systems now. Let's see it. How bad can it be? Oh, it's an order of magnitude better. Okay then, it's 10 times faster to run in C++. Let me run the game a little bit more to get more data here. The more ghosts that are spawned and running around, the slower it's going to be, and the more realistic of a spread I'll get. Okay, that's probably good enough, right? Yeah, wow, look at that. So I think NIM's got a lot to compete with, because that's pretty awesome. It's a tenth of a millisecond, or 150 micro, no, Goes between 150 and double that. So, for best case. Worst case, it gets up to 1.5 milliseconds. Average about 400 to 500 microseconds. All right. That's pretty stiff competition, I think. C++ measurements. That didn't format it. How did I format this one? Oh, I added two tabs in front of every line. Interesting. How did this one not get two tabs? We'll add them. Whoop. Hold on. It's moving my cursor around. Tab is moving down to here for some reason. X that. There we go. Okay, it didn't do... Does it need to be on its own line? There we go. Yeah, it's like an order of magnitude better. Well, maybe I'll be doing C++ or NIM and not at least not PUC Lua. All right then. That's a good thing to know at least. So I suppose I should push this, right? Is this dash? Is that how you do it? So to set the upstream, dash U is short for set upstream, right? Yeah, okay. Oh, did I not check in everything? Oh, that's right, I didn't. This was a fix-up. Fix-ups to integrate perf measurements in C++ version. Okay. We're ahead. Why are we ahead? Oh, to add the performance measurements. Yeah, okay. Let's push that. And now I'm going to pull in LuaJIT. This is where things could go horribly wrong. We will make a new shell, because I might need one. And did I have this bookmarked? I did. Look at that. I had it nice and bookmarked. Alright, so I'm going to just clone... I'm just going to clone it from their non-git repo. I wonder if it predates... I mean, not GitHub. I wonder if it predates GitHub. Why would they have their own thing if it's open source, right? Should be faster? Yeah, but how much faster? Can it be 10 times faster? How will it compete to... how will it compete with C++? That's what I'd like to know. Alright, so this is going to integrate differently, I'm pretty sure. Because they talk about... I was reading about this yesterday. They say to embed it, it's strongly suggested you build it separately. Do not attempt to integrate it. This is what I'm doing right now. So they're saying don't do what I'm doing now. That I'll likely get things wrong and mess things up. So treat it like an external library and link it in. I can still link statically, and it's just interesting. We'll try that. Hey there, Setu. Today I'm working on performance measurements of the prototype systems that I've been working on, comparing C++ and Lua and LuaJIT. So we did the Lua versus C++. C++ is an order of magnitude faster, at least. It's actually a little bit more than 10 times faster. So we're going to see if LuaJIT can, which end of the spectrum LuaJIT is going to be on, more towards Lua or more towards C++. I'm hoping C++ because I really like to use Lua. But if not, we also have a fourth candidate, which Juan talked about, which is NIM. We might pull in NIM at some point to compare. And now I'm just figuring out how I pull in LuaJIT. I think it just says build it, so we're going to build it with the... there's instructions up here on how to build it for Windows. Yeah, here we go. So that's what I'm going to do. How do I... Let's make this narrower so I can see those instructions. In the wrong folder. Iron. LuaJIT. So it says set env release x64. I spelled it wrong. Set env is not recognized as a command. Okay. Okay, it wants me to open the Windows SDK command shell. Do I even have that? Nope, I don't even have that. Perhaps they mean the Visual Studio developer prompt. So let's pull that in. Visual Studio 2017. I want x64 native tools, so here we go. Set env release x64. Not a command. It's not PowerShell, is it? Windows SDK command shell. Anyway, let's see. Projects. JIT. That command. See, I hate it when the instructions just don't work. Like I don't have anything called exactly that. And it doesn't work in any other shell. But I can try their other commands. MSVC build. It seems to be working. Probably these commands were just to set up paths to the compiler, which is what this x64 native tools command prompt for VS 2017, what that does. Oh look, we're successful. Now where did it put it? Did it put it under source? Okay, that's unfortunate. I always hate it when people do that. They put things that are not source in the source folder. I like to have it in a build folder. But I don't know. Hopefully they set up their git ignore correctly. Let's check. Shit, and I could do git status. Oh, okay. They set up their git ignore correctly. So I should let me review that to make sure I understand what's going on. Yeah, okay. They're just putting their build products directly in with their source. So that we should find it here, right? Lua, okay, so there's the static link probably, and that's the dynamic link. I don't know, they don't really say in here, I don't think. Lib Lua, like that's for cross compiling. Is there a lib? Let me look. Another lib. No, wrong directory. This shell, one of these shells. No, the special shell I made. Here we go. I think it's luajit.lib, right? Is the static link version? Hey there, Ampool. How's it going? I'll do my special wave back at you. I'm gonna guess this luajit.lib is a static link version. Although it's smaller, I don't know. This doesn't really say, does it? They don't really say. Well, it's libluajit.a, so maybe luajit.lib is the static link library. Although it's very small. That's weird. Oh, I'm glad you're enjoying watching the videos. Yeah, so what am I on? Hour 400 or something? I have to respect anyone who watches all of my streams from the beginning because I've gone 452 hours. That's a lot of videos to watch. Feel free to skip ahead to more things that are more interesting to you. You don't have to watch it all. And I'm learning as I'm going. So my earlier videos, I'm probably doing stupid things. Someone mentioned that yesterday. Future you always hates the code past you wrote, right? Yeah, it is too much to process. Okay, well, let's just look at this section. So I think it just says we link to it, right? Let me look at this simple example. How does this simple example look? Oh, this is just normal Lua. Okay, we have already done this. One thing that I do differently is I don't use the Lua L new state. And this one mentioned, I remember reading this. I was actually just there and I just skipped back. It says to avoid using Lua state since that uses the slower default memory allocated for your system. And then this cryptic thing where they say no support for this on x64, which I don't understand. Does that mean that there's no support for this in 64-bit? Or do they mean there's something else? Probably they do. They might run into a problem there. There was something about enabling LuaJIT that I was reading about yesterday that I think I might have to do. Is it running, I think? This is running their command line thing. Where was it? Was it here? Yes, this is it. So we need to make sure we do this, right? Although I've read that if you don't do this, if you don't turn LuaJIT mode on, that it doesn't actually, yeah, we need to turn the JIT compiler on, right? If we don't do this, it's just going to be interpreted mode. Which I guess we can compare first to see if the performance is like PUC Lua. Anyway, I need to figure out how to integrate this into the build system. So right now, this backend pulls in Lua library, so we're not doing that anymore. Instead, I need to make a pseudo target LuaJIT somewhere. Maybe I'll do it in the main just for now. So, yeah, it's been a while. That's one of the other things. So far, people have told me, go with LuaJIT. And then I was looking at LuaJIT, and one of the red flags I found is that they haven't, the guy who is making LuaJIT sort of abandoned the project a couple of years ago. So it's not going to evolve anymore, probably. And if it's, I guess if you consider it done, that's okay. But if, yeah, otherwise it's sort of a red flag. But I do want to see if how the performance works out, because if someone says, why aren't you using LuaJIT? I can say, well, look, I tested it out, and here's how it compares to Lua. It wasn't that much better, and it's a dead-end project, so that's why I'm using Lua. Or maybe I'll end up going with NIM or something else, or C++, who knows. But I want to have the numbers to back up any argument that I give. I want to have these numbers, right, to say, hey, C++ is 10 times faster than the PUC Lua, or the same, basically the same code. Now, if someone could challenge me in saying, well, you're just because you ported it wrong, I could then take suggestions on how to improve this Lua code here. Like, I could be doing stupid things here that make it, slower than it could be. I can accept that, and I would go and improve that and rerun my measurement again. One release a year? Yeah. For bug fixes and stuff, right? Especially security fixes. Alright, so I don't remember how to do this. That's the problem. How do you pull in a pre-built library? So I'm going to look it up. Pull in pre-built library. There we go. How to instruct CMake to use external pre-built libraries. Okay, this isn't really a good question. But they do kind of hint at it. I remember that. You give locations. There are certain locations, right? It was more than that, though. Wasn't there? Now we can start with that. So, add library. LuaJIT. Should we try static? I actually would rather try to do the dynamic one. Shared imported. There's no comma. All right, set property. And it's target. LuaJIT. Property imported location. And it is CMake a current source directory, right? Where would I have used that? Let's just look for this symbol everywhere. Oops, I totally messed that up. Why is it doing dot? I wanted to copy, paste, there we go. And not there. There we go. Here we go. Current source directory. That's what I want. Because it's relative to this directory slash whatever the directory name was. LuaJIT 2.0 slash source, right? Actually, does it want me to give the full path to the DLL? It does. So it is slash lua51.lib. Might have to copy the DLL after I do that. Let's see what this does, though. Hey there, thanks for the follow, Juan Carlo. Juan Carlos Spacio. Spasso. Juan Carlos Spasso. I hope I'm saying that okay. I'm bad. I'm terrible with names. I think I also need to attach the header files location, right? Which they don't. This example doesn't do. Let me look for another. This is to create it. Is this how you do it? There's a tutorial on how to do it. Juan Carlos, I see. Yeah, Juan Carlos, isn't that a pretty common name? What is this? Can't be done. Okay, let's look at the tutorial and we'll look at this one. The tutorial has been moved. Probably not going to be... Oh, no, we found it. Here we go, implib. I think I need that. So it's, okay, it's DLL and then implib. Imported implib. Lib. I just need the header files. Okay, maybe it's talked about here. Here we go. This is exactly what I need to look at. Include directories. Okay, but they're saying interface include directories. Okay. Interface include directories. And then I think it's just source, right? Let's see. Where are those headers? It would be like yeah, LuaJIT.h. Actually, there are more headers, right? Oh, they're all there. All the usual suspects. LuaConf. Actually, what are the other ones I use? What am I working on today? I'm doing performance measurements between 3 different languages for the prototype system, the prototype game system. So here's the prototype game. It's modeled after Gauntlet, which is a 1985 Atari game. And one of the reasons I made this prototype is I wanted to make sure I knew what I was doing for an entity component system for a game. And so the components in my ECS are all plain data structures, and the systems have all the game logic. So the question is, what language should I write those systems in? Should I write it in C++ or Lua or something else? There are different pros and cons. If it's C++, it's a lot more work to make it runtime hot swappable. If it's Lua, it's a lot easier, but Lua is probably slower, and that's what I was finding out today. Running the numbers, each game tick, so it's 10 ticks per second, so each game tick is taking an average of 4 to 5 milliseconds for Lua, and for C, it's 1/10 that. So C++ right now is 10 times faster. Assuming that I ported it to Lua the best way, or comparable, I could be making stupid decisions in the Lua to make it slower by accident. I don't know. So I did Lua measurements, and then I went back and did C++ measurements, and now I'm trying to pull in LuaJIT as the third thing. LuaJIT. So I'm just integrating the LuaJIT in place of Lua for the back end of this little experiment. Okay, yeah, I was going to look and see what headers am I actually pulling in for Lua. Where would I do that? Up here? No, it's components, I think. Right, lua.h, lualib. So where are those? Okay, there it is there. Lua.h is there. Okay, they're all the usual suspects are in the source directory, which is good. So pulling in, I'm hoping this is right. Interface include directories is a property. Now, actually, the moment of truth would be to just try to build this thing and see if it works. Let's build it. Error. Actually, we got a lot further than I thought. It found their headers, but some of I guess the C API is different. I just need to fix up the interface here. I'm hoping LuaJIT will be dramatically faster, but I've read that it can depend on how you write the Lua code. Like if you use closures, it can fail to JIT it. It'll just refuse to do it, and then it falls back to interpreted mode, which is no faster than Lua. Yeah, LuaJIT is Lua 5.1, so that's on the plan today. That I have to make any necessary changes to work with LuaJIT because we're falling back to 5.1. I guess we're done with these two already, and we're working on making these. Oh no, done with number 1 because we built it and we have it integrated in the build system. But I need to integrate the interface. So that's these errors. It's even faster interpreted. The differences should be pretty small, but he just said interpreted is wildly faster. But we'll see. And it could be not even LuaJIT's problem. It could be the way I wrote my code, right? All right, so we're going to go to script host, line 178, and figure out what I need to change. Okay, so Lua load does not take 5 arguments. What does it take, actually? Lua reader data and chunk name. Lua reader data and I guess this T, the different argument. I guess I'll just remove the T. Let me no, I don't need to keep things, right? I could have looked at the other errors, so I figured I'd just build it again and see the errors again. Oh, oops. Hate it when I resize the window like that. What kind of systems am I writing? Wanting to write? I can show you the systems. They are in Lua, the systems.lua. So there are 8 systems in this prototype game. And for example, let's pick a small one. The hunger system looks like this. So we iterate through the heroes, the hero components. We look up the health and position. If the hero has a health and position and has more than, has any kind of hit points, we subtract 1. We add the entity to the starved entities list, and then we go kill that entity. So this is all the other systems are pretty much the same, only they're doing different things. So this Lua could be written badly. That could be one reason the Lua is slower. I don't know. I don't think I'm using closures. Right, these are global functions, so hopefully they get JITted and run faster in LuaJIT. The Hunger Games, yeah, exactly. But hopefully you can deduce what each of these is doing. So the rendering system is forming information about these tiles and giving it to the front end so it knows where to draw things. Hunger system is, as I play this game, you'll see that my health ticks down. It goes down further if the ghosts reach me, but it ticks down normally. Pickup system is when I pick up the treasures or potions. Generation system is the system that's spawning the ghosts around the bones. AI system is what's controlling the movement of the ghosts. Player movement is when I would give it an input like the K key. Holding down the K key, the player movement system moves the hero down. Firing system is when I hold down the D key, it throws my axe. And the weapon system is actually just moving that axe and rotating it as it goes across the map. And when it collides with a ghost or obstruction, it destroys the weapon and potentially the ghost that it ran into. So those are the systems in ECS. All of the components are plain data that these systems work on. So like the hunger system was using the hero, health, and position components. I can show you what that looks like. The hero, it just holds on to our score and the number of potions we have. Health has our hit points, and position has X and Y. So it's pretty simple. This is a prototype for a reason. A very simple but functional game that I can play around with to make sure I do ECS correctly, and then pick the right language for the logic. I want to pick a language or a mechanism that allows me to tinker with the game logic without having to rebuild the backend server. So Lua makes it extremely simple because I just take this systems.lua and just replace it and tell the C++, hey, go reparse that in the interpreter, and it will reconstruct those systems from scratch, right? If it was in C++, I'd either have to rebuild the whole server, or I'd have to have some kind of plugin mechanism, which I might do, where this is written in C++, but in some kind of DLL that we can unload and then overwrite with the new copy and then load again to update it. So yeah, that's that. I was here fixing bugs, right? Okay. Why did it not like Lua OK? Is Lua OK not defined? Okay, it's having problems with JSON wrapper. I'll look at that later. Lua OK is not declared? Really? Maybe it's in another header. It's internal. Is it just not exposed through the API? No, it's here. Oh, but I need to include lua.h. That might be the reason. That's not one of my usual sus. No, it is. Hold on, then what's wrong? Script host includes components with... No, script host includes script host.hpp, which pulls in Lua, so why can't it use Lua OK? Oh, no, that's in Lua, not LuaJIT. That's the problem. Let me exclude Lua. Okay, and then Lua OK. And that didn't work. Does that need to be a /? Okay, there we go. So there is no Lua OK. So let me look around where this is declared to see, get some hints here. Oh, this is ugly. Why did they not indent this very well? Are we in the correct folder? Yeah. This returns an int. I already lost my place. Lua load. Wow. Why did they not indent anything? That's crazy. Maybe it makes sense for systems that are called a lot written in C++. Yeah, that came up yesterday too. Someone else, perhaps it was you. I don't remember. Squiddy. Someone recommended that the stable systems or the systems that are heavy, like you say, be in C++, and that I was thinking the newer systems that I haven't proven out could start in Lua and then be crystallized into C++ when they're stable. This is mini Lua? Probably not what I want. Okay. Well, that was the only hit. Let's just look for Lua load. Okay, here we go. This is better. Thank you. Who was it that told me that? Shake Soda, thank you for that. It's bootstrapping the LuaJIT build? I see. That's just the search tool is messed up. Okay, so Lua API is, they don't declare what it is. Okay, so runs Lua load X, which runs this one, which we don't know where it is. I'm looking for the symbols that they use internally. Okay, but where is the actual code? They'll tell me they use macros to change names. In the VM. I bet somewhere they have macros. So if I look for CP call, I bet I'd find it, right? Probably find it in a macro to find somewhere. Hey there, Razor59. I'm okay. I'm trying to figure out how to use LuaJIT right now. And the one problem I'm facing now is I am using symbols like Lua OK. And apparently it's not declared in LuaJIT, but it was in Lua. So I'm kind of digging into the code looking for where they actually might be actually setting their error codes. What am I searching for? Lua OK. Is that still a symbol or not? If so, where is it? Because I searched for it and it's not anywhere. Like maybe it's 0 and 1 instead. I guess you know what I could do. Maybe if they added Lua OK in Lua 5.1, what if I go to Lua 5.1 reference manual and look up this stuff, right? Lua load. Oh, so it was 0. Okay. Maybe I should just be comparing to this. So Lua, wherever I have Lua OK becomes a 0, right? Let's just replace with 0. And then they don't have Lua error GCMM. Maybe we just remove that case? Sounds good to me. Let's see if we get further in the build. Right, I remember reading about Lua L set meta table doesn't exist. And so what I was going to do is pull from Lua 5.3 and do what they do. Lua L set meta table. And we're not going to replace. And I'm going to take away the exclusion because they do that in Lua 5.3, right? They do it here, and I can just do the same thing. Although I do use Lua set meta table a lot. Maybe what I want to do is just copy from Lua 5.3 and put it somewhere. In script host, maybe? Script host. What if we just do that, right? Why not? Not in the anonymous name. See, where do I call it from most? From 3 different places, so I want to put it somewhere common. Yeah, we'll put it here. Why not? Is C++ hard to learn? I would say it is hard to learn it all. It's like a huge toolbox which has a lot of things in it, but you can do a lot with C++ without knowing most of it. You can do a lot just with a few basic things. So I would not discourage you to learn it. It's probably easier to use C++ if you learn a language like C# or Java or JavaScript or any other programming language first, and then you'll see in C++, oh yeah, I recognize this, that, and the other thing, and you'll be a lot better off. Got a whole namespace of snagged from future Lua functions. Oh, so you're doing the same thing? Yes, I totally snagged that, didn't I? And I don't want this API thing. I basically just want that, right? And we'll declare it here. And that should, hold on. All the places I use it from need to include script host. Because that's where I'm putting it. Maybe I should put it in another folder. Actually, that would be a smart thing, wouldn't it? We'll call it, what are we calling it? Snagged from future Lua? There we go. Snagged from future Lua it is. Source, right? New file. Snagged from future Lua CPP and snagged from future Lua HPP. And this can just be pragma once and pull this out. Actually, we're going to pull the copy those includes as well. There's that, and then this goes here after we include snagged from future Lua HPP. Okay, and then add it to my CMake list, and we should be good, right? So script host snagged from future Lua CPP and HPP. See if that gets, oh, I have to include that header from all the places, right? So here, I had that one. This one also needs it. And then this one needs it as well. Oops. I blame the cold for, oh, I'm dropping frames. I'm dropping frames. It was red for a little bit. Sorry about that. Oh, it's red again. Oh, this is the first time in, oh, it's really bad. First time in 125 streams that I've dropped so many frames. Sorry, folks. Dropping a lot of frames. Might have to, might have to reboot the router. Yeah, frames are pretty bad. It's not you guys. I'm dropping a lot. Okay, I'm gonna try to restart the router. Going to try to restart the router. Back in, it's like 3 to 5 minutes. So, be right back. Am I back? I could get to Google. All right. Sorry about that, folks. I hope I didn't lose a lot of people. Is anybody in chat who can verify that you can see me? Oh, you're back. I back, yeah. I occasionally, like every few weeks, start to have really bad problems with my internet, and I've discovered that it's really just it's either my router or my cable modem. So I don't care about what the problem really is because it only happens once in a great while. So I just reset everything. Only takes a few minutes. Gave me a chance to go bio break anyway. So Okay, so we good. I think. I hope. Fingers crossed. Right, so I'm going to have to give up on integers, right? I don't mind too much. Looks like that's the only other problem, is we have Lua is integer to fix. So we are going to exclude Lua. So here. So I can't use integer. So everything is just going to be a number. Right? Actually, I don't really want that. What if I do it that if it's... We'll get the number. Const auto. The number... Oh, hold on. Const auto value equals that. Frames have returned. Yes. Well, I'm not dropping any now, so crossing my fingers. All the frames are yours now. I hope. All right, so to number, and then I think what I want to do is check if we round it, and if round value, let's just do this properly, right? If the absolute value of the round minus the value is less than a certain threshold, arbitrary threshold, why not, right? Then it's an integer. Otherwise, it's this value, right? I suppose we should round it first. Rounded value. All my frames belong to you. It's like all my base belong to all your base belong to us, right? All your frames belong to us? Okay, then yes. Just cast it to an int. And that replaces that. I could use epsilon. Maybe I should do that. That is in limits, right? I don't remember, so I'm gonna look it up. Epsilon. Yes, here it is. Numeric limits epsilon. Interesting. I used FABS there. I think that's what I'm supposed to use, right? What's abs, then? What's the difference between that and fabs? Okay, I don't... Wait a minute. Am I looking at that right? Yeah, it says double. In standard lib? I'm looking it up, because now I'm curious. Oh, it's for integer types? But then, what, did they add it for C++? Oh, they overloaded it. So really, I want is abs. I don't want the newfangled one. Yep, a lot of picture frames, right? I'm sending you, what? Actually, there's no count of frames. It's 20 frames per second, so you guys are getting a lot of redundant pictures of me today. All right, so yeah, I wanted to use that epsilon thing. Then that. Okay, and then what was the other thing here I didn't like? Lua L test U data. Right, that also we can steal, right? That's from this as well. Right, so let's totally steal it, shall we? Snagged from future Lua. And we'll remove the API and call it a day. If that works, then that's a lot easier than I thought it would be. Pictures. Pictures has more than 1,000 words. A video is a very big essay. Imagine a teacher having to read and correct mistakes in it. Yeah, but a video has a lot of redundancy. So it would be like, a essay where every page is exactly the same text except for 1 or 2 letters in it. I hope this is okay to do. I guess we'll find out by running the thing. Okay, the one thing I want to check is I know we're going to need that DLL. So I'm going to want to update this script to copy it. And I want to make sure it actually made a copy for me. So I'm going to go here and do a dir, was it LuaLib? A LuaJIT dot something. Let's see where it ends up. Okay, I didn't name it correctly. How about Lua anything.dll? Lua 51 DLL. Okay, so it doesn't make a copy, so we should probably do that ourselves. That would be smart, right? To have it in the CMake. Here. I did this before. I just need to remember where I did it. Where did I want to make copies of files? Oh, it was when I wanted a copy of the... what was it? The certificate authority certificates in TLS. Oh, but I don't have that in this project. Let me open up my other project. New window, and then we'll go to the big game project and find it there. Not always API compatible. So I was expecting more API incompatibility problems, but I only ran into 2 or 3, right? So it wasn't too bad. Yeah, it's mostly the 5.1 to 5.3. Yeah. Okay, so I did something with CA certs in my CMake. Yes. I had this post build command, so I'm going to pull that out and put it here. Add a post build command to copy if different, target property, and then this is going to be LuaJIT source directory. We want, actually, wouldn't it just be target file? Oh, hold on. No, this is where we want it to go, right? Hold on, let me think about this. No, it's this. It's target file. LuaJIT. That exact. I'll verify that, unless you guys happen to know if I'm right. Yeah, I'm just moving to LuaJIT to do some performance measurements. So here are the performance of PUC Lua versus C++ for the systems in my prototype game, which are easiest to show if I go to here. Where is it? Here and systems. So I have 8 different systems in this little prototype game, right? Which runs at 10 FPS. And we measured the performance in Lua, and then before I ported it to Lua, it was in C++. So added some performance measurement code. We saw that C++ is 10 times faster than Lua, and I wanted to see how does LuaJIT compare. And then we also have a suggestion from a viewer to try NIM, which we could. I'd have to learn NIM first. And I wanted to have some numbers to back up any decisions I make. So if someone says, well, why do you do it in Lua? Isn't it slower? I could say, well, I know exactly how much slower, and it's still acceptable. Or I tried Lua and it was too slow. Here were the numbers. Went back to C++. So I kind of want to have the numbers to justify any decision I make. It's not enough to say, yeah, it's slower. Having real hard numbers is a lot better, I think. You can link me the CMake files for a project that works. I think I'm almost done. I just wanted to, this is sort of polished to have this copying the DLL. Oh, I'm in the wrong folder, right? Yeah, copying the DLL to the project. Let me just look that up in the CMake manual to make sure I understand what I'm doing. Target file, right? Actually, I guess it's not going to be in there, but we can look at it under generator expressions. Target. Oh, okay. I guess I want the DLL. I guess it's just target file. Okay, so this should work, right? This should make a copy of the deal. I have to make sure it gets built, though. Okay, it got built, so it should have made a copy? Yeah, so it made a copy in the back end. And then for extra niceness, I should make a copy here as well. So copy, in addition to the exe, we also copy Lua51 DLL. So that when I run do it, here's the moment of truth. Will it work, right? Let's drag that back here. Why does it keep running it? It actually seems to be working. That means our performance measurement will work. Oh, no, it crashed. It crashed! Must use Lua L new state for 64-bit target. Okay, so that's what they meant. I thought it was in reverse. I thought we couldn't use it on 64-bit. I was reading... Where was I reading it? I was reading here. Lua L new state. I was reading this and I thought that no support for this. When they say this, I thought they meant that. So apparently it's the opposite. There's no support for that on 64-bit, so we have to use that. Okay, so let's do that. You've never actually had LuaJIT be a deal breaker slow for a game? Well, I'm hoping that LuaJIT is a lot faster and then I can just go with that. If it's not fast enough, then I gotta either try NIM or go just do a more complicated C++ hot swap mechanism. That's in script host where we do the Lua new... Oh, there it is right there. So they're just saying to do Lua L new state. How is that different? They take care of the allocator for us, I guess? Okay, so we don't need an allocator. Alright, well, that's cool. We just delete the allocator. Goodbye, allocator. Oh, I'm also not... it's not going to be a fair comparison because I didn't enable LuaJIT, right? Bundle, compiler, and scripts. Actually, what I'll do is make the game logic here into C++ as a plugin for my backend so that I can hot swap out the DLL at runtime. That's what I probably will do if I go with C++. All right, so yeah, I wanted to enable the JIT because otherwise it's not really fair, right? And they talked about that here, right? We have to include LuaJIT. That's fine. We can do that. Extern C include a LuaJIT, right? And we will enable the JIT. When do we do that, though? It said include lua.hpp. Oh, all right. We're already doing that through this anyway. Right here. So I guess I don't need to then. Don't need to do that. Okay. Thank you, Shake Soda. Or no, Nui said that. Oh, you're right. Well, okay, so they say to do it there, but I think I'm more comfortable pulling in the C API. So that means I do want to do this, right? I'm explicitly pulling in the C API because I want to use it as a C library. I think that's what I want to do. This is basically if you want to use their C++ API, but I want to use their C API. It's just okay, it's the same thing. Okay, essentially I want to do this, right? I want to turn on the JIT. Okay, so this is essentially what I want, right? And when do we call it? Okay, probably after we have Lua. So here, crank up the performance over 9,000. So that's Lua. What's the second argument? index. Either 0 or a stack index. What's the flag? It's flag. Oh, here they have an example. What's wrap cfunc? Oh, it's on by default, so I don't need to do this. Let's try it on and off. So if I wanted to turn it on explicitly like they do here, I just want to understand, what does wrap cfunc do? Defines a wrapper function for calls to C functions. Okay, I guess we don't need to do that. They're doing that here to wrap a function here. Okay, so I don't need that. I just need to turn it on. LuaJIT mode on. Oh, I see. They're turning on this mode. So it's that ORed with this, essentially, right? Let me see what that's defined as. Turn the feature on, and then this is a feature, right? Okay, so if Shake Soda's right, I don't need to do this at all. So I will start commenting it out. And let's try again. What's wrong? Oh, okay. I need to update my Lua. So it's working, but I need to update my Lua. Hello, Tuabud. Shake Soda is the premium Twitch viewer. Shake Soda is everywhere. Shake Soda is omniscient, right? I can check with JIT status from, okay. Couldn't try that if we run into problems, right? I expect it's just going to be faster, and I just need to downgrade my Lua. I think I know what's going on here. I'm using the newfangled bit operations that I can't use in Lua 5.1. So I actually don't even need to restart the server now. I'm all in Lua, right? So line 33. Yeah, this newfangled it was like bit dot something, right? Let's look it up. Lua bitwise. I looked it up before, right? There we go. Oh, it's a C extension. I wonder if we have it. Is there a 5.2 mode? Bitband. Bitband. Is this, what's bitband? I'm guessing I can use bitop. Okay, there are multiple implementations. So maybe bitband is just another one. The build flag, huh? Band. It's kind of interesting that they didn't have that in 5.1. It includes a bit library. I actually I should just look that up, right? I'm sure someone's asked how to do it. How do I install it? I have to download it separately? What does it actually look like, though? It's included. Okay, good. We'll just try to use it. So I want what you're saying, right? Well, you said band, but it's bit.and, right? Or is it bit.band? Bit.band. I'm assuming it is a 2-argument function. Yes. Wait a minute. How do they have? Oh, they use locals to remove the. Yeah, I don't care about that. let's just try this. I had a script to update the script files. It was update, and then try again. Okay, got further. Okay, so there's no not, bitwise not, on 324. So there's no not. Might want to localize it for the whole file. It's not. All right. I appreciate all the help, by the way, guys. You guys must be really excited about Lua, or you just know a lot about Lua. Oh, look, it works. Let's get performance numbers. Okay, performance numbers, actually, they don't look so good, do they? Maybe I should make sure that the JIT is actually on. So those are the numbers. We're not going to call these the final numbers, but these are the numbers right now. They look actually a lot like the numbers we had for Lua. Yeah, they actually look a little bit better on average. It's a little bit better, but it's nowhere near the C++. So I'm wondering if the JIT is actually on. So you guys were saying I can call something in Lua to check, right? Where I'm looking at chat to find out where that was. JIT.status. Should we try that? So that would be here. We can say, well, in here. How about right here? So we'll say local checked JIT is false. If not checked JIT, then checked JIT equals true, and we will say if JIT.status. Well, what if we just print that out? So components, diagnostic message, JIT status. All right, now we'll update and try again. Attempting to can I need a Boolean value? Okay, so I have to do a toString on that. Is it toString and then I think that's what it is, right? JIT status true. That's not good news. Probably thrashing the JIT with all those native calls. Well, then it's not really going to work out for me, right? Unless I, well, how would you call back into native code? Like I need to access the component system, or the components. Maybe try increasing the machine code max size. See, this is internal LuaJIT stuff I don't know how to do. Oh, thank you for the link. We'll look at it. JIT.opt. All right. Well, we could just tie the whole thing as is. Don't know what I'm doing, but we'll give it a shot. Why did they have a comment on line 5? Does this require I have that file around, though? I think that's what... It's going to require that I have that file, right? It's internal. Okay, well... See, I don't know what I'm doing. How's the performance? Doesn't look too good. Is it better a little bit? Let me collect some numbers and then compare. They're not actually file paths. Okay, yeah, I'm used to other languages like JavaScript or Python where it would actually go to the file system to find the code. This isn't looking too good, friends. So I must be doing something wrong, or it's just not cut out for what I'm doing. I don't think it affected the numbers at all to do that. Yeah, not really. If anything, it made it slower. It's hard to tell, though, because the numbers move around a lot. I could extend the measurement duration to get a better average, but then I have to run it longer. I could also increase the frame rate. Problem isn't throughput, it's mostly measuring overhead and not doing enough work. Overhead as in calling the C functions, right? I like doing that. Yeah, and all of this. Is it available? My Lua code is in GitHub. If you go to Iron Glove Backend in my GitHub, you'll find all this stuff. So yeah, it's totally possible I'm not doing things efficiently. It could be the, like you guys say, it could be calling back into the C that is slowing it down. A lot of set of time, yeah. Well, I got the numbers. It is a little bit better on average than PUC Lua. The minimum is about the same. The maximum is a little bit better. Yeah, so the average and maximum are a little bit better. But C++ is still the king, probably because there's just not so much overhead, right? Okay, maybe I will. I'll have to think about this. I think I will go with the hybrid solution where once the logic is crystallized, I port it to C++. While I'm developing it and tinkering with it, it can be in Lua. And I don't think I want to use LuaJIT for two reasons. One is that the way I'm using it, I'm not leveraging what makes LuaJIT faster than PUC-JIT. It's obviously the same, only slightly better. The other reason is it's back on 5.1 and it's sort of a dead-end project. So with PUC Lua, I have the advantage of having the latest Lua. They're still evolving it. And it's not too much worse. What does a Lua code look like? It looks like this. So an example system in this prototype game. Actually, here's a good one. The generator, how the generators work. They find the position of the generator, they roll a random number for spawn chance, and then they pick a direction and they put a monster there. Oh, thank you. Yeah, there's the link. Pickup system. Oh, we talked about turning that into a table-based switch, right? At some point. And I had another table-based switch here, didn't I? Thought I did. Oh, here it is. Table-based switch. I wonder if this is killing performance, because I read that when you have closures, it can be a problem. I can change this code really quick to not have closures. I want to make sure all the functions are global, not have those closures. Okay, there's two places where I use those closures. Yes, so let me show that. Let's check this in, because it's useful to have. Branch LuaJIT. Actually, not in that directory. Yeah. Let's check this in. LuaJIT 2.1. Isn't that what I was using? What was I using? Did I pick the wrong one? I picked this one. Ah, look, they have a... Okay, so we can try that really quick. Just a second. Let me check this in, though. Because these are changes necessary to switch to LuaJIT, and I want to have that available. I don't need that one, apparently. So let me stage all of them, and then unstage this hunk. These were necessary changes. I didn't really need this, though, right? Okay, so changes... well, the commit message imperative tense would be use LuaJIT rather than PUC Lua. Downgrading from 5.3 to 5.1 Lua. I don't think I need any of that, so I'm just going to chuck it. Chucked. And then that... Oh, I put it into master by mistake. Oh, I can fix that. We'll fix it with git k. Do some git k magic here. So we will reset. We'll check out that branch, reset it to there. Hard. And then check out this one and reset it to here. Hard. There we go. And then I'm going to check that one out. Thanks for the follow, Fletcher Codes. I'm going to now make sure I'm on that branch. Yes, so git push upstream origin LuaJIT. So now you guys all have all that too. This prototype is all MIT licensed open source. So feel free to pick it apart, critique it, use it, whatever you want. Puddle Mud, thanks for the follow. Okay. Oh, right. Yeah, going back to the C++ version of it. I was going to do that. For first we were going to try LuaJIT 2.1, right? I also had some changes in this workspace level, which I will do the right thing and do a checkout B LuaJIT at this level. And I need to mugit update to update the backend reference. Right, so we're pulling in LuaJIT as an external library. That is a sub-project. I guess we could call it a sub-project. No, I'd rather do it in the manifest. So mugit add LuaJIT 2.0. It's not. What is it? Oh, not git, JIT. Okay. So we're pulling in the LuaJIT branch of the backend, and we're adding in LuaJIT 2.0 based off of master. Right. So pull in LuaJIT. Push upstream origin this branch. I think it's redundant. You have to mention the branch. It should just default to what your head is on. Okay, so let's try, before I show the C++ version, let's try LuaJIT 2.1. So that supposedly is as easy as checking out a branch here, right? What was it? v2.1. There we go. So let's try it. Rebuild. Oh, wait a minute. I can't just rebuild here. I have to rebuild their stuff first. Okay, let's rebuild their stuff. That was in this shell, right? One of these? No, it was in this special shell here. And it was MSVC build. Building. Building done. And build our end. It's just a link and a copy. Isn't there a git config setting for that? I'm not sure. I'm not sure which setting you meant, Nui. Maybe I missed something. Okay, let's try it out. Do it. Connect. Looks about the same. Maybe a little bit better. The more ghosts we have, the slower it's going to be, right? Actually, no. That's a little bit faster. I'll have these set of numbers also printed out, I think. Run it a little bit more, collecting lots and lots of ghosts. Actually, let me go get that. Can I get that potion without getting slaughtered? If I can get in there without hitting them. And boom, kill them all. Alright. Enough fun. There are my numbers. Yeah, probably the bottleneck is C++ the, yep. I think you're probably right. So this is LuaJIT 2.0. And this is LuaJIT 2.1. So how does it compare? I really didn't collect enough numbers here, did I? The maximums look better to me. But that might just be sampling bias. Anyway, it's not anywhere near an order of magnitude better, so good to have those numbers though. Okay, so then I was going to switch this to C++ to show you that logic. And we can compare actually, because I can have both. If I make a, well, you have that link to the Lua, so keep that one. I'll actually open that myself. And I can show you a comparison. Right, so there's the Lua, and then we'll check out the hold on, let me make sure that I didn't forget any changes before I do a checkout of master. Right, switch branches, that doesn't matter. Git checkout master, mugget up, mugget pull, mugget select main. Oh, did I put, that's interesting. Yeah, why is it? Oh, right, master branch of the backend. Got it. Okay, good. So now that file doesn't exist anymore. Oh, wait a minute. What am I doing? I checked out the PUC Lua one. I want CPP. What was it? What did I call it? Did I not push it? Oh, it was in the backend, right? Yes. Check that one out. Then build it. Yeah, systems Lua is deleted. Actually, I still have it in my buffer. I'll leave it in the buffer. So the equivalent C++, if we were looking at component types, is in components. And it's a it's all templated now. So it's in, where is it exactly? No, it wasn't I made it templated for Lua, but for here it's not. It's just, where is it? Maybe it is templated. Oh yeah, it is templated. So here's the list. It's just you get a pointer to the data of a vector, and then you get a size. So it's really fast. The Lua wrapper for that is basically just make a U data that holds on to this information. Oh, well, thanks for coming by, Shake Soda. Thanks for your help, by the way. There a git config push default equals current. Oh, I see what you're saying. So I wouldn't have to use the name of the branch when I do git push -u. Yeah, right. I don't mind actually typing the branch name. Just kind of curious why they didn't make that a default. But you're probably right. It's my git config. Probably isn't set up for that. Okay, so where do I go from here? Compared Lua, actually 2 different versions of LuaJIT. I think my conclusion for now will be a mix. We'll have PUC Lua for new systems and then still have support for C++ systems as well, and move the systems to C++ once they get stabilized, and I don't intend to change them. And I'm going to make the systems pluggable. Yeah. So I'm at the halfway point. I'm already done. What do I do now? I've done all of this. Guess I get to decide what to do next. Update my, let's move that to the left. See that this is done. Actually, I need to put the measurements all in here, right? So PUC. I already had that. So LuaJIT 2.0 measurements from here. Oh, that's where the tabs came from when I copied it from here. This will get the tabs for me, right? Yes. And then LuaJIT 2.1 measurements. Okay. We're going to call it done. Done. Shader toy? Do you have any shader toys to show us? Said who? Said who streams occasionally. And when he does, he plays with shaders. So check out his stream. Oh, yeah. When I look at blue stuff, I get the ET eyes. Because my screen behind me is blue. I'm missing a language. You mean the NIM, right? I gotta learn NIM first before I can port it to NIM. You know what I'll do is I'll make it a special card. Make a special card in more than consider. It's a performance. It's a performance card. Try out NIM. Try out other languages for ECS systems. Right, I had a special label for performance. So that's what it would be. It's the same features and all that. It's just making it faster. What? Hold on. What tag did I use here? Oh, it's performance. Okay, so this would be game logic. There we go. Okay. You don't have a project statement? Do I not have one? Sure I do. It's in my workspace. So the workspace is yet another repository. I have my habit right now is to do multi-repository and use a tool I wrote called Mugget to pull in all of the sub-repositories so I can pull them in my branches so that the main repository doesn't need a commit every time I work on one of the sub-repositories. So the main one with the project in the CMake, the one that pulls in everything else through these add subdirectories, is called Iron Glove Workspace. Iron Glove Workspace. And that's pulling in the back end as well as the front end and all of the dependencies like Lua, zlib, Google Tests, WebSockets, all that other stuff. Yeah. So I'm just a weirdo doing multi-repo if this was mono repo, all of this stuff would be collapsed as subdirectories. Yeah, so right now when you check out Iron Glove Workspace, you don't get all these subdirectories because those are all the repos. Let's see. What? I need to decide what to do next. I guess I'm doing extra work this stream. Yeah. Pulled in by subdirectory. Yep. It was really not meant to stand alone. Do I have a README on that? Oh, I don't even have a README. Usually I have a README that says it doesn't stand alone. It will say, this library is not intended to stand alone. It's intended to be included in a larger solution which uses CMake. I guess I just forgot to put a, I guess I can put a README. Oh, there's no license there either. Let's grab a license and a README while we're at it and put it on the back end. And it's copyright this year, which is that, and the README. Iron Glove backend. Actually, I'm gonna take the main README. This is the back end server part of Iron Glove. Quick prototype game using an Entity Component System. Usage. What is its usage? It's a program, so I hate writing stuff from scratch, so I always look for other main programs that I can steal from. I didn't have a README there. I don't have any other main programs to steal from. Okay, I'll just write it from scratch. This project builds... I shouldn't use the word project, should I? I'll use it. This project builds a full program which runs as a server running games, running a new game for every front-end client that connects to it. Simply run the program Iron Glove Iron Glove or Iron Glove exe on Windows to run the server. This is a portable program. Depends on C++ compiler, standard library, and other and a collection, small collection of portable libraries. Right. Okay, I'll go with that. Oh, you know, I should also put it on the front end as well. It doesn't have a license. Let's just put a license for now on the front end and not a README, because I haven't written a nice template for a README for a React app, which is what that really is. We're gonna put on the CPP branch, and then cherry pick it on master, I guess. Actually, no. I'm gonna check out master and put it there. Android. I don't know if you could build this for Android, actually. You probably could, because I don't depend on anything other than the standard library. You have to pick a standard library that runs on Android, though. There are like several choices. Add license and README files. Yeah. Android is a pain, isn't it? Yeah. I forgot to make those license files. Okay, close all those guys. Nothing, I didn't make anything new other than those two folders for this prototype, so I think we're good. I guess we can say goodbye to LuaJIT for now. Oh, I'm in the wrong directory. I'm like, what the heck? Oh, I do have changes in the root. And LuaJIT is a new thing. Okay, that was just that it was added. Okay, we're gonna remove it. Goodbye, LuaJIT. Nice knowing you. It's busy. Oh, probably because I have this tool open, right? Goodbye. Android source is open source, right? You can get it through Android Open Source Project, AOSP. Anybody can download Android and build it. You end up getting a vanilla Android though. You can't find the repo. AOSP, right? Android Open Source Project. Where do you find it? Go to code. So there it is. They use a Garrett system, not GitHub, but it's the same kind of thing, right? You can. What's it? You like click browse or something? Repositories. And if I remember correctly, the top level repository in Android is a manifest project. You have to kind of know their architecture. They use multi-repo as well, and it's insane. So it's like you pick a manifest repo, and then you use their repo tool, which is their equivalent of Mugit, and then it pulls in all the other repositories in the correct places. I bet their documentation explains how to do it somewhere here. Yeah, but there's where you want to start is just Google AOSP, Android Open Source Project, and you can get it. Yep. Okay. I don't recommend working on Android. Just I was personally had to work on it for a while, and it was a pain. It was a pain in the butt. They change the APIs like every 2 or 3 months, and it's just crazy. Not too happy with Android. Although I say that, and then I'm thinking about switching from an iPhone to an Android phone because I hate the stuff Apple's doing. But I'm a conflicted developer, I think. All right. Do I want to work on some of the stuff I was doing yesterday? I realized yesterday I was working on like multiple logins and player profile stuff, and I realized that right now there's a flaw in that because of the way I do server clustering and log replication, that the state of the server data is always a little bit behind all the commands that have been appended to change it. And so, yeah, I have to rethink that design. I don't think I can do that on stream. I got to figure out what I'm going to do and then stream doing it. So maybe there's something else here I can work on. This might be fun. Way to stop the orchestrator without killing realm servers. I would want to do this when I want to update the orchestrator, and I would probably do that through a tool. I think what I can do is make a Python tool that talks to the cluster and tells it to shut down its orchestrator. Let's do that one. It'll be a variety stream. We'll do some Python work. I can actually show you the orchestrator. So we're switching from the prototype to the real deal, which isn't much yet. And that means I'll shut down this and go over to the other project and say, do it here. So here we are running 3 servers in a cluster. Server 10, 11, and 12, and 12 is the leader. And I have another app for this. Yeah, the one thing I don't like about mobile, one of the many things I don't like about mobile development is that the OS vendors or the device vendors have such a firm grip on the environment. It's not an open development platform really, right? That you have to do things like jailbreak or root your device to be able to do normal dev stuff. Okay, we're done with this for now. Done. Goodbye, prototype. Show the admin console to the main game right now. Okay, so that's what it looks like. And I don't know why it's not connecting. Oh, I know why. Because I'm using self-signed certificates, so I have to have it try to go directly to one of the servers first. And that won't work because it's not HTTPS. And it'll say it's not good, so we do advanced and we say proceed unsafe, and then that opens that up and it connects. Interesting that server 10, oh, it just took it a while to connect. There we go. So now we're talking to the whole cluster, and this little admin tool lets me change configuration if I want. I can add a server, so I could say, hey, on localhost, let's make a server 13 that has these ports, and then the cluster automatically does its thing to add the server. Isn't that cool? And then I can remove it if I don't want that server. So this is all using a consensus algorithm to replicate state across servers. It's called Raft. I have a link to it if you want to know more about it. And the algorithm picks one server to be the leader, and that's the one that makes changes to the game state. The others sort of just are replications of that, and they take over if this server were to be removed. What's the name of the program console? This is just called admin console. The name of the game is Omniarena, which I have a link to describe better, more information. Can't hear, you're deaf? I'm sorry. It's going to be difficult for watching my stream, because I don't do a whole lot of typing in chat. Admin console. Anyway, so the thing I wanted to work on, I guess, next is, right now, this orchestrator, if you were to hit Control-C, it takes the whole cluster down. It kills all the servers, and we lose connection to all of them. Well, I want a way to upgrade the orchestrator without pulling the whole cluster down. And the only way I have to do that now is to go to Task Manager and actually kill the orchestrator. So an unclean shutdown. Where would that be? Under here. So I would just, if I kill that, the orchestrator dies, but the servers are still running. I can still talk to them. And then when I restart it back, it picks up those servers by seeing them in the process list, and then we're good. So I don't want to have to manually kill the orchestrator whenever I want to update it. So I'd like to have a tool that shuts down the orchestrator but leaves the cluster running. You want me to do a shader toy stream once? That's your domain, said who? I leave that to you to do shader toy stuff. You're asking the program what does do the command line? Oh, to start up the app? I'm using React, so what I do to start it up is I do npm start. I guess I'll just do it again. npm start. And then it's booting up a Node.js server just to serve the app's HTML, CSS, and JavaScript, and then that app is connecting to the servers through a WebSocket. So I can show that here. If I hit F12, and I guess I have to reload one more time. These 3 connections here are WebSocket connections to each one of the servers. So the first thing it does, since this is an admin console, it says, hey, I'm an admin. The server says, okay, I challenge you to authenticate by giving a code, and then we sign it with a private key with the signature there. And then we can subscribe to various information, which the server starts to give us. information on which server is the leader. This is, what is this? Raft state. So this is the state of the raft algorithm. What term number we're in, which server we voted for, and what role we have, which 10 is a follower, right? And I wonder why that says false. Don't know. Oh, probably because it 12 got votes from itself in 11, and then just said, "Hey, I'm the leader," so it didn't actually need to ask 10. Anyway, there are all sorts of messages that get sent between the servers and the client, and it's just like the prototype. It's all WebSocket connections. So one of the things I'm going to do now is I'm going to add a new type of message we can send from the admin. Yeah, we can do it from both the admin console, but I also like to do it from Python to tell the orchestrator to shut down. So we send a message to one of these. We'll send it to the leader server, and the leader server will tell the orchestrator, "Hey, I need you to shut down now," without killing the cluster. So it's going to be a at least 2-step process here. Yeah, React app. I'm using React as just a platform on which to build JavaScript apps. It's just one way you could do it. You could also do it in Angular or Vue or jQuery or just plain old JavaScript. My game client, like you saw earlier, is mostly Pixie.js. I only use React just to have a framework for writing JavaScript. This, though, I'm using React for stuff like updating the DOM there for those broadcast times and all that kind of thing, and for all the interaction here. All right, so let me do it from the back to front. So we'll update the orchestrator first. Orchestrator needs to accept a new command telling it to shut down. So I need to remember I had like a table or something, or was it an if else? Something where it receives messages and it decides what to do. No. That's the main program, sort of. It's been a while since I worked on this. And this is sort of an ugly file. It's too long. Needs to be refactored. Where was it? Ah, it's here. And it's an ugly if-else instead of a table. So I guess I'll just perpetuate the bad code and add another else if. So else if shut down, I guess. Then we will do on shutdown, which I'll need to add. Oh, okay. It's declared locally. Okay, so we just have another function here. Respond to the shutdown message received from realm servers by triggering the shutting down of the orchestrator without killing any of the realm servers. So if I wanted to do that, I would just hit Control-C or SIG-int to the orchestrator. So the question I have now is, how does this, what is the orchestrator actually waiting for? Run while it's not told to stop. And then there's a shutdown. The shutdown does the killing, so we need to skip that when we're shutting down through command. And we have to have this told to stop, the stop service. Promise, I need to set that okay, so it's set in stop. So we could call stop ourselves, right? So I could just call stop. Or is that an outer function? That might be an outer function, because this is inside impl, right? It's inside orchestrator shared state. So I don't think we can call it directly. If I move stop service into shared state, we could do it though. Yeah, that's what I'm going to do. Take the stop service, move it into the shared state. Gonna move it here. Because it's a promise that doesn't need to be protected by mutex. So here it becomes shared. Stop service, and there as well. Actually, let's just move this entire stop into the shared. Right around, this is ons. All the methods that start with on are like responding to something, so actually, maybe it's best to just put it at the top of this share, not this structure. Yeah, this file has just way too many things in it. There we go. Yeah, let's just put it up here. Stop. So let's see where that's called from. So we're calling it there now, and then in addition, it's in this shutdown. So it's what context is this? Inside impulse, so it's shared stop. Hey there, 85 filter. How's it going? Pretty good. I'm on extra stuff right now because I finished today's work, which was I went to my prototype ECS systems. I had written them in C++, and then I had ported them to Lua to make it easier to update them at runtime. And then it came up in chat that there are better, slower, faster. I guess better would be faster. There would be faster and better ways to do it than to do it in Lua, like in LuaJIT. And I didn't really have any numbers to say how much worse Lua was than C++ and how much better LuaJIT would be. So I decided to do all that performance measurement today. So I measured how fast it would take to run the, it's 8 different game systems in that little prototype game I was working on last week. And this is per tick, so it's like, it was taking like 5 milliseconds per tick on average, whereas in C++ it was only half a millisecond, so an order of magnitude faster. Went ahead and tried out LuaJIT, and it improved a little bit, but nowhere near C++ level. And our preliminary conclusion is that I'm just not able, the way I have my game systems integrated back into the main program, it's a bottleneck, and so really not able to take advantage of the JIT at all. So I think LuaJIT is faster if you don't have the same kind of bottlenecks I do, which is that my Lua systems are doing a lot of callbacks into the C++. We can see that in these systems. Here are the systems, by the way. And for example, any of these systems will go to this components. That's a wrapper for a C++ class. So every time we do these components and call something, we're calling back into C++. So that's probably what the bottleneck is. If we weren't calling back into C++, it'd probably be much faster. Hold on a second, guys. I need to mute my camera. All right. I'm back. That was only a 5-second break. Anyway, yeah, I think the bottlenecks I was having with Lua are all of these callbacks into C++. Copying it into the context would mean moving all the game data into Lua. And now it becomes more of a pure Lua game, which I guess I could do. But I'm more inclined to just use Lua now for prototyping the systems, and once they get stable in the game, to put them into C++ for performance. Copy the components once. Yeah, there could be a lot of components though, and the components change from many different places. So, yeah. I guess we could move the components out to be neither Lua nor C++. They could be in a database or something. That's probably what they'll end up being in the real game, is the components will be rows in a database. Tables and rows in databases. So then this might become not a C++ API, but a Lua API into a database. So maybe it gets faster at that point. I don't know. But yeah, I finished all of that performance comparisons, and I moved on to just picking stuff from my to-do list. And one of them was that to have a mechanism to kill the orchestrator of the game without stopping the actual cluster. So that's what I'm doing right now. So this built, right? No, it didn't build. Stop isn't okay. We're calling stop from two places, I guess. Hold on. Right, this should be shared. That. What was the other stop though? Oh, it's on shutdown. Oh, right, that's the new thing I'm adding. Yeah, okay. So now there are two places we call stop. We receive a shutdown command, or we hit Control C or sig int. And either way, it's going to do the wrong thing. Actually, yeah. Yeah, so Control C still works, right? And now if I added a command to do shutdown, it should simulate that Control C. So let's add that next. So let's do the backend first. This will be what? A coordinator. I guess it's an admin command, right? Auth admin? Doesn't really belong in any of these categories unless I put it into... Do I have anything in common? Mobilize, demobilize? No. Messaging, maybe? Well, how about we... It doesn't really fit in any of these. Maybe I'll just put it in common then. Common will be our dumping ground for things that don't fit elsewhere. So test will be shut down orchestrator. So we need to do an admin authentication. And look at all that. These are not leaks, by the way. They're just self-signed test keys. So no, not to worry. Actually, a better place would be to copy from here. Right, so to do something like this, we have an orchestrator and an admin. So let me copy all this stuff. There we go. So mobilize a server, have an admin connection, we identify as admin, have an orchestrator connection, identifies as orchestrator, and then we don't need that. Still need that. That's to receive this message, I think. Oh no, it receives, right, it receives messages back. Yeah, never mind. So, right, so here, if the test is going to be if the admin sends a shutdown orchestrator command. Yeah, we have to identify which orchestrator, so that would be just host. Right? That's how dads give permission to kids who ask something. They just do that. Or they do that. All right. What was this doing before? Upload package? Yeah, we'll just have it shut down one host at a time. Like that. That'll be the message. Shut down orchestrator and tell it which host. So what we expect is a message to be received at the orchestrator type shutdown. And that's all we need, right? So there's the test, and I'm going to build it and verify that it fails first. This is test-driven development. I use a bunch of plugins to VS Code, like Test Explorer, to find my tests. And let's run them all. We'll see that they should all pass except for the one I just added. I wonder why that... I see weird errors like that. I think it's just bugs in IntelliSense. Oh, what's this? Oh, right. I never finished that test. I was working on that test yesterday, and then Adam hosted me, and I ended up playing Botland. Well, we'll ignore that for now. That's other work in progress. To fix this, I realized I needed to do a bunch of other design work first, so we're going to leave that for now. Okay, here's the one we're working on right now. So the orchestrator, the pretend mock orchestrator, should receive that command, and it's not. So we will go accomplish that. And whenever I add one of these messages, the mechanism now is in the coordinator's messaging module. There are tables. I need to add it to the correct table. No, it's not in messaging. It's in Impl. There are these tables for commands that admins are allowed to do, normal clients, and then other servers. So this will be an admin message called shutdown orchestrator. Yeah, we reuse client message handler in both places. So which module does it go to? I don't know. Messaging, I think. Actually, I guess that implies I should be putting this test under messaging tests on shutdown orchestrator. Yeah, let me move this from common over to messaging. There we go. Although messaging is getting kind of big. Messaging. There we go. All right. So I need to add that. Let's put it in alphabetical order, shall we? And it will go near this guy. Oh, wait a minute. Messaging. So after this one. No, that's the one we're adding. So after this one. All right, so after that is this one. It has the same signature. All these functions have the same signature. They're responding to a message received from an administrator. Go to the body of this and then add the body. Coordinator messaging on shutdown orchestrator. Okay. So this message will have a host field that we'll use to select the orchestrator. And it has it's going to have similar logic to this one. Right. Loop through the orchestrators, find the one that matches. So, loop through the orchestrators, find... What's this? Oh, that's the host, right. So it's if message host equals... Actually, let's pull that out. It's a string. Host. I like to do it this way. The way my JSON class works, it's a little bit better. If really? It can't help? Can't help IntelliSense? Dot first equals host. Then we'll send a message to it. Not the same message. We're gonna make a new message. JSON object to encode. Oh, my IntelliSense is all messed up. That's so sad. Type shut down. I think that's all I need to do, though. So, I moved it to messaging, right? Here it is. It works. So we're done with that piece, and the final piece will be either in the admin console or in the Python. Let's do the admin console first. So that is a React app up here. And how do I want to do this? Maybe just make a button? I don't know. I don't want to accidentally press it. Or if I do, I want to have like a confirmation. Although these I don't have confirmations. It's sort of a dangerous app. If you misclick, you can take things down by accident. I think I'll just add it to the bottom for now. So, and I haven't broken this component up into subcomponents yet, so it's kind of messy. Render orchestrator controls. This is one of the very first React apps I made, so it's kind of messy. I need to clean it up. But right now, we'll just keep it simple. So, I think we want similar logic to the version stuff. Where did I put that? Where did I put the version stuff? Cluster status, okay. All right, on remove server. Change configuration. Right, so this is what I want. I want to get the leader socket and send it a message. So get the leader socket. If there isn't one, we can't do anything. Otherwise, it's type shut down orchestrator. Actually, it doesn't matter which server it comes from, right? So I can get any socket. Okay, how would I just get any socket? Get any socket. Get any socket. All right, so that should have added a button. Oh, no, I didn't add the button yet. Oh, that's render. You know what? That actually just did it, didn't it? Oh, no. No, it ended it. By rendering, I did it. I don't want this. I'm so stupid. That should be in an on. Actually, I guess we'll add it right here. On shutdown. Orchestrator. This needs to render a button. A div with a button in it. Probably be best. One of these. Called on shutdown orchestrator. Shutdown orchestrator. It's going to be a big button. Okay. Start this up again. Actually, I can't just do serve, right? I have to do stage first, then serve. Okay. Now when I hit the button, it should kill the orchestrator, but not the cluster. Didn't work. Did it actually send something, though? Check. Okay. Control R to reload. It'll pick 10, right? So it should pick this one. So when I hit that button, it sent the message. but it obviously didn't do anything. What were those errors that I got? Huh, that's unrelated. Anyway. Shut down? Sounds too nice. Something like kill? I don't want to kill things. Just shut them down. It's not doing anything. I must have missed something. I could have misspelled the command. That needs to exactly match this. It does. And then that's an admin message handler, so it should go here. So it should be... Oh, we didn't set the host. Right. Okay, so I need to put it in that host, this host table here. So this, let's make that, instead of saying server versions, let's rename this. So this is render orchestrator controls. And then this button goes in there in the table, right? So, or it's a list. Oh, wait a minute. No, this is not the right place. Hold on. Where is the versions shown? Okay, it's indirectly through the hostname stuff. So I'll make it render versions, but I'll put that button in here at this level. After that list? Or maybe before that list. Maybe here. Yeah. Let's just add it here. And this has to be parameterized. So I need to put host name there. And then this is given a host name. And then we have to say host is host name. All right. It's not a function. Indeed. How did that... Did I not undo that correctly? Oh, I removed it. Okay. Now it's on... we don't actually have any versions of the code, but if I did... Actually, let's just add one to make sure it still works. Okay, and then I had a script here I could run. Is it package? Package. Right, and then there was a tool. It was Python package. No. I can't remember what I called the damn tool. Isn't there packaging? Packaging. Nope. What I call the thing? I don't remember. I guess I can just look for it. Deployment. Python deployment deploy. And that took some arguments, right? Not very user-friendly. I have to look at this. It's realm name and then version number. So acandenal 1.0. So it connects, it uploads a package, and it shows up here. So if I had more than one version, it should should show it on the table. There we go. So I can remove individual versions, or I can shut the whole thing down. So shut the whole thing down. It caused a crash. Interesting. Right, and right now it's killing the servers. It shouldn't be crashing though. I guess what I'll do is we'll run it in the debugger to see why it's crashing. Orchestrator debug. Starts the servers, and then we go to the console and we say shut it down. And then there's the crash. I'm making this game for web server, and why? Well, I'm making a multiplayer game where the servers run on the cloud, and For me, the most convenient way to make a front end to the game was in the web browser because it's really easy to do graphics in the browser and make it cross-platform, and also to connect to servers through web connections. So that's why I decided. Hey, thanks for the follow, Tix. That's why I decided to make the front end in the web browser, just to make it easier to port. And JavaScript is something I wanted to get better at anyway, but JavaScript has a lot of nice facilities for connecting to the web. So that's why I'm doing it. Okay, we ran into an exception because the thread could not be joined. Resource deadlock. Are we holding on to a mutex somewhere? This is unrelated. Isn't SDL2 easy to port? I don't know. Don't know anything about SDL2. I could still make the front end with anything. It doesn't have to be web browser. So I could end up deciding, sure, I'll make an SDL version of the front end. It should work. Am I going to be hosting it? Yeah, probably, because the people that I've been talking to on Twitch that I know, such as Adam, has already done a lot of homework and research on that, and I can leverage that. So, although I'm trying not to get locked into any one cloud platform. Like, it's just a Linux executable, so I could run it anywhere that I have Linux. So if I wanted to, I could run it on a Google Cloud or on a non-cloud hosting service if I wanted. I think the problem is it's shutting things. It didn't shut everything down before it quit. It might have to do with setting that twice. No, that should be okay. Actually, I don't know. What's the problem here? It can't join the service thread. Why not? All about provisioning. Sure. Is it that it's already shut down? We already joined it? It could be. Let's just restart this. I'm hoping to get more information about what the error is. Shut down, please. It printed out exiting, so I know how far it should have gotten. Wait a minute. Why are we here? Is this the problem? Oh, are we setting a promise twice? I think that might be it. Yeah, okay, so shutdown is probably set to true, right? No, it's false. Oh, but this was told to stop. Oh, I see. Yeah. So I can't just blindly set the promise to stop the service. Right. We can only set the promise once. Yeah, I've used SDL in the past. It's what is it? It's a C++ low-level game engine, I guess you could say. Yeah. It's one of many choices out there for making a game engine or making a game. Yeah, I don't mean to diss it. I just right now I'm not that interested in making the front end in C. Just a personal decision. Tried to do the front end in the browser. I don't really want the front end of the game to be that complicated anyway. I want most of it to be on the server end. For a couple different reasons. Okay, I'm gonna fix this by coupling this with a flag. service. How about stop service set? I would actually wish that this was built into promise, but I don't think it is. This is set once the stop service promise is set, in order to prevent accidentally setting the promise twice. Okay, so all the places where we do stop service, I'll need to be careful. So right here. So if not set it, then set it. That's fine. So all the places where we call stop on shutdown here. Wait a minute. That's if we do sig int. Oh, right. This is if you're running it as a daemon, like on Windows, service, and we go through the service control manager, and it says to stop. So yeah, okay. There are three ways to stop. If it's running as a real service in the OS, it goes through that to stop. If you're running it as a program like I normally do, it's we're polling a flag that's set by the sig int handler. And there's where it tells it to stop. And then the third way is now through this shutdown command. So any of those ways will do. We just have to make sure that we only set the promise once. Okay, so try again. Serve. Huh. Took a while to connect to servers 10 and 12 for some reason. Shut down. Okay, good. It shuts everything down cleanly. It doesn't crash. So the last thing is to prevent this from happening. I think I just need a flag for that. So maybe we'll put it near here. So bool stop realm servers on what do we call it? I don't want to use the word stop again. On exit. So it'll default to true. This flag indicates whether or not all realm servers should be stopped when the orchestrator is about to exit. And then we'll just simply clear that in the on shutdown. There we go. Easy peasy. Are you sure it didn't crash? Well, no, not exactly. I guess so, to be sure, I can run it in the debugger. We can do that. So there's running the debugger. I think it's because I'm using a debug build. It's a bit slow to start up. Okay, shut down. I can inspect now the debug console. Exit 0. Also, what's cool is I have built into this program a leak checker. Where did I put that? I think it's in main. I have this check for leaks on exit, and we're not seeing any of those leak messages. I guess I could do a sanity check. You know how you do a sanity check is where I just made that change, right? Let's do a memory leak. So const auto leak equals new int, right? That will make a memory leak. So I should be able to see that if I run. Probably a good idea to double check this, right? So it's running there. Tell it to shut down. And there's the leak. It's actually not doing the right thing, though. Oh, because I never used the flag. I should probably use that flag, shouldn't I? That is when it's shutting down. The stop service. Where the stop service is called. Oh, thanks for the follow, Brandon Satram. When this exits, it calls to shutdown, right? And then here, so here's the where we need to use the flag. So if okay, what context is this? Is within the service, right? It's in the impl. Okay, so I put it under shared, right? If shared, now I don't know what, is it not, it can't help me, no suggestions. Okay. Let's clear bookmarks for one thing, because I don't know what bookmarks I had. Oops. That is not how you clear a bookmark. What I would like is like a delete all here. Okay, bookmark that. And let's look for the code I changed. On shutdown. This one. So if that's true, do all of this. There we go. Hey there. How's it going? Thanks for the follow, by the way. I will give you a big rhyme of wave. Oh, wowee, look who's here. Wowee. You love the green grass? Yeah, it makes it clear that I'm actually streaming versus offline. That's why I added that. Okay, so this should not kill the Realm servers now when I hit the big shutdown button, which I should probably make red and make it say, are you really sure you want to hit that red button? Cool. So the cluster is still running, but the orchestrator is not running. There we go. Feature complete. Shut down again. So when the orchestrator is not running, interesting things happen. Like I won't be able to remove versions because there's no orchestrator connection. When the orchestrator is connected, we do have those buttons. So I might want to have some kind of indicator whether or not the orchestrator is running. But I'm not going to do that now. I'm just going to make a card for that. Console indicator showing whether or not orchestrators are still running. That would be a interface category. Okay. What time is it? 1 o'clock p.m. Pacific? I have like another hour. Let's pick something else to work. Oh, no, I need to check this in. I always forget to check in my work. So bad of me. Yep. How are the Realm servers announcing their presence? They announce their presence to 2 different entities. So, actually 3. If I were to go refer to my little diagram here, when they start up, they connect to each other. So that kind of announces their presence to each other. The other way is the orchestrator also connects to each Realm server. And basically it's the other way around. The orchestrator identifies itself to the Realm servers. The orchestrator knows which Realm server is which because it sees which public-facing port number each Realm server binds. And actually that's it. Realm servers don't announce themselves to the client. The client simply tries to connect to them to see if they're there. They connect to each other through WebSocket calls. So do I have that on here? I don't have that on there. Maybe I should update this diagram. But when it says via private ports, these connections are all WebSocket connections. And the ports are not exactly fixed. They're configurable. So I have a config file right here. So in this configuration file, we set the private and public and private port numbers for each server. And also the orchestrator itself, I think it It has a port, but I'm not using it. I'm thinking about getting rid of it because the orchestrator is only making connections. It's not receiving them. Yeah, there's a config. Config is in JSON now just because it's really convenient for me. It's been suggested I use other file formats. It doesn't really matter at this point. I can always swap out the JSON for something else just by adding another module for whatever format I want to have. Yeah, so there's also other stuff here, like how much diagnostic logging we want, and what version of code the server is running if it's not the default, and its unique ID, and all that stuff. And every server gets its own copy of that. So if I look at the runtime environment for those servers, which are stored down here, you can see each one has its own copy of the config file, along with the other files, like the game state. So every time I think I have things in here, right? I earlier in the stream I added server 13 and then removed it, so you saw a bunch of those messages. And this is a bug that I have in my list of bugs to fix. What made you write your own service discovery stuff rather than using existing tools? It's sort of a theme of mine in my stream that I just like writing stuff from scratch. So, for example, there's lots of code out there that you can get open source to do web servers, but I just had fun writing my own HTTP web server. Same thing with hash functions and WebSockets. So WebSockets is all written from scratch as well. UTF-8 written from scratch. The only things I didn't write from scratch are zlib, this password strength checker, and the actual not compression, encryption used in transport layer security. So I'm using LibreSSL for that. But I really enjoy writing stuff from scratch because it really tests my knowledge of how things work in the innermost level. So yeah, sort of a like a was it homemade hero? Is that the other streamer that does this kind of thing, making a game completely from scratch and showing how it's done? Do I have any idea about how I'll host this when it goes live? I was thinking maybe Docker, and if not, then I'll probably just start simple and just have it running as a systemd service on ECS or EC2. Probably go to an Amazon EC2 instance and install the orchestrator through systemd, and then just part of Linux background daemon. But I would do that just to get it started, and then I'll probably learn better ways. You mentioned Kubernetes or ECS, and the advantages that those have. Once I learn more about it, I'll probably say, yeah, that makes sense. Probably move to that. Why not write my own Docker clone? Well, as you can tell, like, I'm not very good at encryption or compression or password strength stuff. So a lot of the algorithm stuff I'm not so good at. And Docker is a pretty deep thing, right? If I were to dig and write everything, like I could write the OS myself. I could write my own cloud service. I would never get anywhere. I have to draw the line somewhere. All right, so this was done. I was checking in, right? Yes. That's an extraneous file. That's the front end. I guess we'll check then all this stuff together, right? No, this was work in progress. I need to not check that in. This I check in, not that. This I check in. I need to like stash that along with that and that. Those need to be stashed. I have not done working on those. This stuff here is what I was working on when Adam hosted me yesterday, and I am not finished with it. And I don't want to. I can't do it now because I realized last night I have to do a bunch of redesign work because it's there's a design flaw. Okay, that goes in. That and that. So this is all add mechanism for shutting down orchestrators only. It's actually a great talk on containers by Liz Rice. She explains and writes live a very basic implementation of Docker. Oh, implementing it from scratch? Interesting. I'll definitely take that link and put it in my notes to look at later. Thank you for that. When I have time, when I'm not working, which is pretty much all the time. Notice that I've got this repeat links. You can do... Oh, really? I did not know that. Or maybe I did and I just didn't realize that I was doing that. But either way, I'll put that in my notebook too, which I have closed for some reason, because I'm dumb. Thank you for that. Oh, no, don't hit close. Just minimize. Okay. So that goes there, and I'm going to just stash that stuff. Takes advantage of Unix time-sharing utilities. Right. I know a little bit about how that works. Docker is just an advanced set of mechanisms on top of that same concept, right? Of setting up a root. They call it, what are they? CH root jail, where you have a sub environment. Yep. That's pretty cool stuff. But, you know, the other thing that I decide on whether or not I'm going to do it from scratch is if it's interesting to me. And I guess the dirty details inside of Docker are not too interesting to me right now. Mostly want to just get a game going, because it's what I've always wanted to do. Okay, I staged that other stuff, work in progress. So I'm done with that card. Oh, I had already moved it off. I just forgotten to check in. Okay, good. I'm looking at one of these maybe to do next. Oh, you know what else I could do? I'm thinking about changing the front end from Pixie.js to Phaser. I could look at that. Although I know nothing about Phaser, so it'd be mostly me researching, which might be kind of boring. Look at that. I can do that. That's sort of that's a milestone. That's what the blue one is. Get it up on AWS. Timestamp messages. Front-end cleanup now. What's this clean shutdown? Oh, have it tell it to shut down. This is sort of the opposite approach. Instead of killing the server, tell the server to shut down cleanly. I actually don't even know if I need to do this, because I don't really care. The persistent state is already dealt with properly anyway, so it doesn't matter if we cleanly shut down the realm servers. I think I'll do this. So this is important because without this, I was running into problems. If we bind the public port right away, then what happens when we're starting up? We get some interesting problems. Uh-oh. Having trouble with IntelliSense. So, can I show this? I think I can demonstrate the problem. It would be, I make a change to my password, and then, hold on, let me think about this. This might not work unless the front end is working. Actually, let me make sure the front end is still working. That's a good thing to do. Front end, which is about to be changed a bit, because right now it's in React, and I want to move it to either Pixie or Phaser. Oh yeah, when I'm looking at that, I get the ET eyes because of my blue screen. Sorry about that. Yeah, it's probably a good idea to make sure this console isn't completely broken right now. Well, thanks for the follow, Hale. 26. Sorry. Okay. Yeah, sorry. It takes a while for Node.js to start up my stuff. Okay, so this will start on localhost 3001. As soon as it's done starting. Which could be in a while. Probably just a few minutes. Let's just be prepared to work on the code, shall we? This is a mess. And I will be cleaning it up soon. This is just a total mess that we hacked in the test site key there, you know. Right, okay, if this is working, I can demonstrate that problem. So so right now there is no account, so I need to register. Raimu. Correct battery horse staple. Did I spell that right? Connect to React, please. Yes. Show me my state. And no, Hunter 2 will not work because I have a password strength checker. Okay, we're logged in. I should have been showing that with the network thing. So we register. There's our reCAPTCHA. There's our password. We're logged in. Right, so I think the problem was if I were to change my password now. No, what was it? It had something to do with restarting the cluster, and then while it's replaying the log, it's looking at old information. I don't know how I can recreate this problem. Maybe it had to do with a reset token. It was some kind of race. Trying to remember what it was, though. Maybe it has to do with getting a login token? So now this should show another connection where we get a token back. And then if we refresh, it basically reuses that token. Logging in with token, right? Persistent logins and all that good stuff. I think the problem was if we lose connection to the server at this point by hitting Control-C here, it tries to log in again. See, but only tries. Oh no, that's right. It's repeatedly trying to log in. So if I start the cluster now, it gets in, but it's still replaying the log, and the login token doesn't work. Yeah, that's the problem I was seeing. Bad password. It's because it hasn't yet replayed the log to know about the token that it could be using. So the solution was to not accept these connections to the public port until it's finished replaying the log. And we know we're finished when we have a new leader and an entry for that term is created on the stack. So that is on the journal. So it has to replay all of that and then get to this one because it's on term 11. It has to commit that entry, and then at that point, it says, okay, now it's safe to talk to clients. And if I get that done, then we won't see this bad password. That was the whole point of that, right? Yeah. So right now, where we bind the public port is like right away, I think. WebGate, I think, does it. Bind. Calls try bind, which binds both the public. There's where it binds the private port. There's where it binds the public port. So I think what I want to do is move this code somewhere else and call that only after we have a leader in the cluster and the last committed entry is the current term. Is a journal an append only log? Yeah. So that's all described in the raft algorithm. You you describe server state as a sequence of changes or commands to change the game state or the server state. It doesn't have to be a game. And each raft requires you have a term number attached, so you know whether the command was added to the journal by the current leader or by a past leader. There's like implications on the algorithm, whether it's current or past. So the algorithm, the raft white paper actually talks about it. This can grow to be huge. And so one optimization technique is you could create what they call a snapshot, which is you execute all these commands and to form your in-state, your in-memory state. And then if you serialize that in-memory state to another file called like a snapshot file or a database, then you can chuck this most of this journal. You could probably get rid of all but the last one, right? Because you could just replace all of these with a single placeholder that says, go to snapshot 1. All the commands after that are applied onto snapshot 1. So I need to implement that in my game. I haven't done that yet. Right now, just starting simple, we replay the entire log every time a server starts up. Probably quickly want to add that snapshotting feature, otherwise it'll take longer and longer for my servers to start. the more state there is to replay. Yeah. So for now, we're going to just wait until that has been committed before we open up this public port. Here, where would I put it? I already lost it. Back. There. So I guess I want to have an API for this. Oh, I have it one level abstracted. Okay. So there's bind. I think we're going to change it to bind private, bind public. I don't think I need an unbind for both. I don't even think we need this at all for now, because we just end up getting killed. All right, so let's start from where? WebGate tests? I guess. Go through and update these tests. Let's see what bind test requires. I guess I can keep the current bind and just add new methods, and then when bind becomes obsolete, I can delete that test and bind itself. That's what I think I'll do. So let me take these tests. It's this fully bound stuff. I think these are redundant now. Yeah, it's exactly the same setup. This is because I used to have a third port. So that's, we'll just do that right now. Or maybe I can repurpose that. I think I think I will repurpose it. Private only. That implies I will have a bind private or bind fully bind. Full bind. Full bind when already bound, and then we'll have fully. When already privately bound, private bound only. Actually, I don't care about that case, because I'm obsoleting this full bind anyway. So we'll have bind private. Bind private when already bound. Bind public. Okay, so what are we going to require? that we can call bind private. We should have one transport layer at the end. That should be bound, but this should not be bound. We can make that an expect. Like that, right? And then bind private again. This is false. Okay. Then public should expect false for private bound. Assert public bound. Okay. And then bind public again. False. And then let's have bind public when already bound private only. And bind public when already fully bound. I'm not going to use the old bind. I'll just do this, the new ones. Private and public, and then bind public. That should be that. Then they were not unbound. So this is private first. And there are two. And they're both bound. Anything else I want to add? Bind when bound private only. Fully. Okay, this should be private. That's one. This should be false. Never bound. Actually, isn't that? Yeah. Yeah, it's just one. Oh yeah, we actually support that, don't we? Just changing one port only. Okay. Implement. Actually, it won't even build, right? Because we don't have bind private or public. So let's add them. This starts the process of listing your connections on the private port for the server. And then the other one's the same, it's only the public. Okay, and right, so in the concrete class, we just have to override them. And then implement them. So really just splitting these up, right? So bind private and bind public. What's this public HTTP? Why do I have that checked? Oh, this should be private, right? Right, okay. So the private one is the unsecured transport. We don't need to set up the secure one. And instead of calling this one, I think we're calling... Oh, this is tricky. Oh, wait a minute. No, it's not. I could just split this. That's what I'll do. So attempt to bind or rebind the a new HTTP server or the HTTP server. Hold on. Used for private. This is try bind private. Private connections to other servers. To a new transport using the given configuration. If successful, the given configuration is set for the WebGate. New server takes over all requests from private clients, and the old server is released. Okay, that's old and wrong. Okay, so that's good. And then do the same. Yeah, take the same thing and duplicate it one more time for public. All right, so make this one now just call the others. If not, try bind private. New configuration. Turn false. Oh, so only if it succeeds does it hold on to them. So I need to oh, this is going to be more complicated, isn't it? Actually, this is going to be obsoleted anyway, so we'll just make them two separate stages that if the first stage succeeds and the second one doesn't, then I don't really care. Let's do that. So for each one of these, it does half now. So public is new public only. So X this part out. And then this gets removed. Yeah, we'll keep that. We'll keep that. So, and then private is just the private server. No public server. Cool. Planning on making all the artwork and music yourself? I hope not. I haven't decided exactly what I'm going to do, but I was trying not to focus on it so much. But I do need something, and I'm a little bit worried that if it's really stupid looking art with no music, that no one will bother to try playing it. So what I might do is pick up some open source artwork. There are resources out there. Lots of different people have made Creative Commons artwork, and there's probably music as well. I might pull from there to start with. And only if the game is starting to trend upward as being successful will I if I get to that point, I'll probably hire an artist and a musician for it. But that's a big if, right? That would be a good problem to have. Okay, let's see if this builds. Nope. Of course it doesn't build. Is it because these need to be declared? No, these are in implementation, right? So they are declared and defined at the same point. So what is the problem? Oh, the mock can't be. Okay, so I have mocks of this. So wherever we have bind here, I need to have a mock for bind private and bind public. It just occurred to me, none of these are marked as overrides. This should be. Why is this written like this? Oh, it's split. That's why. Okay. Shoot. What do I do here? What's this bound used for? All right. We'll just make new variables. Ugh. That was horrible typing. Okay. And where it's declared. I need to, here's where the overrides are. Whoops. What the heck did I do? Key slip. I do key slips a lot more these days. Need to be more careful with my keyboard. Now it builds, right? Yeah, yes, you will build. And actually, it might already pass the tests, which is sort of bad. I wanted them to fail at first. WebGate tests. Let's just run them all. Okay, they fail. Okay, good. Good that they fail. Actually, some stuff broke. Unbind when bound private. Oh, those are new things I added. I guess we'll go from the top. So this might not, this is actually alphabetically sorted, so it might not be from the top of the file, right? 988. Oh, right, we did change this behavior. Bind fails if public port unavailable. Thanks for the follow, by the way. I'm not sure how to say your name. Asakara? Asakara? Thank you. Bound. Oh, right. It, hold on. Did I get this backwards? Oh, it didn't unbind the private port. No, it did bind the private port. Hold on. I think I got that backwards. I got it backwards. What did I do? Bind. Calls try bind. It bails out early if we can't bind. So that should have worked. And this one should have failed. Oh, okay, I get it. So really, the better simulated, it would be this. It would be an unbind. Or do I have that here? I guess I don't. What does unbind do? Just sets it to null and demobilizes it. Okay. Actually, no, that's not what I want. Right. Okay. Actually, this is sort of broken anyway. We'll just make it try to recreate. Oh yeah, we'll have the feature work like it did before. So that would be we do this a bit of this. Well, just only that part, right? Private first. Remove the impl. Is that all I need to do? Let's see. Yay. Bind private. I haven't. Right. Actually, that should have worked, but it's okay that it didn't because these are new functions I'm adding. I just want to make sure nothing regressed. That regressed. So did that one. That's a new one. Reconfigure fails if new public port unavailable. Both instance ports changed. Oh, okay. I think I might know why. Let's see. So we configure and bind it, and then we change the public ports, and then we tell it to configure again. And it should bind 2 more ports. So the configure is succeeding? Say what? Oh, because we didn't return true. Probably. Actually, that's probably not why. Why is that returning true? I don't get it. It should have gotten to this. Actually, look, we can debug it. So, debug. Actually, it should go hit that twice, right? Okay, here's the second time it hits it. There. What? Oh, I see what's happening. Yeah, we can't, it's checking to see if there was a change, but then we call this one first, and it actually sets the new configuration, so when it calls this, it's like, oh, it didn't change, I don't need to do it. Let's move out the configuration setting. Let's remove this. If successful, the new server takes over all new requests. Yes. And then we'll remove this one. And remove this. So this will move up to this. And I misspelled main. Look at that. Only one place. Good. Still broken, but only on one case, though. That we did not unbind the first private port. It should have. Oh, right. Okay, that's the other problem. Okay. We don't want to do that right away. Shoot. So really what we should do is return something. We should return that, otherwise we return null. That's what we should do. And then this can be done here. If we get to here. Right? And we'll return this. The new HTTP server that was bound is returned. Bound to a new is returned. Ret val null pointer. This is returned if the binding failed. So let's make that the same as this. All right, and then again, this moves to there. We return the new one. Otherwise, we return null pointer. Actually, now that I think about it, yeah, we can just remove that, right? Yeah, we can just do that. Okay. Oh, hold on. I needed that code, though. I needed that. This code here moves down to here, only if it succeeds. Then this returns that. And that. Okay. Only if you get to here do we replace them. I guess they're not null pointer, right? Okay, we need to change this code a little bit. So it's const auto that equals that. And it did return early, right? If new private is null, return false. Okay. I don't know if I actually need these two comparisons. Oh wait, it can return null if it didn't change. Well, let me look at the original code. I'm gonna look at my git lens to see what it looked like at the beginning here. Oh, it's only if we called it do we check it. Okay, got it. Okay, done. Yeah, but how do we know? Hold on, how does it know? Oh, It actually, the try bind will return true. Or used to. Actually, we still have a try bind, right? No, we don't even call try bind. So how do I distinguish whether it changed or not? I suppose I can just move these out. Let me think about this. I know what I can do. I can precede it. So I can say that equals that. So it'll return the same one if it didn't change. Okay. Then I don't even need these comparisons, right? Oh, hold on. No, I still need them. No. If it failed, I think I do still keep those, right? Okay, let's just try it. Get myself confused. Good, okay. So let's run them all. Okay, good. So all the regressions are gone. Just the new behavior, it doesn't work. So making progress. So the new behavior, the test might be wrong. 753. Why did I scroll? I could have just jumped to the line. I don't know. Oh, yeah, why am I doing that? We always have two because we made two. It's just we didn't bind them. Okay. Probably the same problem down here as well, yeah. Okay, it's the same problem. More problems. 757. Oh, I shouldn't have done that. What is that doing? Oh, I'm calling the wrong thing. I copied it and just didn't update it. So we don't bind everything. We try bind private. Oh, but that's special, right? It returns this. else return true, and we have to store it. Right, that's impl. This. So that means we have to store its impl private HTTP equals new private HTTP if it succeeds. Okay, so it's the same thing for the public one. Only private becomes public. Like that. Hey there, playing with scissors. You're gonna have to get Netflix yourself? What does that mean? What do you mean, playing with scissors? Oh, I'm bind public don't work. It's binding the private port. Okay. That's not good. Actually, it's the order of these, right? Oh, I should be careful here. If we're only binding private, we should only make one, so there should be only one. Private when already bound. Right, only one, and only expect one. Public, we make just one, bind it, there should still be only one. Okay, yeah, there we go. You're sharing an account? Oh. Are they watching some questionable things? Undeclared identifier. Oh yeah, we don't need to do that. Same thing here. This guarantees this is a much stronger guarantee. Public. Okay, those are correct, but this one is incorrect. Okay. Cool, let's try them all. Down to one. Okay. 847. Cool. Unbind when bound private only, so there's no public. We don't need to check public. Yes. Cool. So all of those, there's still a problem. All of those. Unbind is not doing the right thing. Oh, yeah, look at that. Only, let's just invert this. And then we remove that and put in public is the secure one, right? And then the private. If it's not null, null it and demobilize its transport layer. There we go. There we go. Okay, now the WebGate is up to date, so now we can separately bind the private and public parts. I don't need to unbind the public. I just need to delay binding the public. Demobilize is the opposite of mobilize, and I picked that up from my mentor. And that's just a, how do you say it? A stronger version of configure. So WebGate has a configure, but configure doesn't actually bind the port numbers, right? And bind does bind the port numbers, but it doesn't actually start listening to them. That's done in, actually no, I guess it's done internally. Hold on. Maybe I'm getting confused here. Was it on the concrete class I had that? Where was that mentioned? Mobile. Oh, it was the not the web stock, not the WebGate. It was the transport layer. Hold on, let me get there. Maybe it wasn't here. Where did we see that mobilize? Demobilize. this guy. Coordinate. No, that's the wrong one. HTTP client. Yes. That's HTTP. Hold on. Maybe it's time for me to get lunch because I'm getting so confused by my own stuff. Right, so you can think of it as a configure plus start doing some background work, because if I go to this mobilize, it will start a worker thread. So it's a stronger form of startup. Or I guess you could think of it as another word for startup, and demobilize is another word for shutdown. So it's stronger than configure. It means not only set up your variables, but start doing something. In the case of the web client, it's going to start a worker thread, which like runs timers and stuff. And for a server, it would actually bind the port and start listening. And I keep that separate from the constructor and from configure, which is a weaker form, like set up but don't actually acquire resources. So yeah, whenever you see mobilize, think of it's going to grab resources and start working, and demobilize is just the opposite. And then yeah, those words are just funny because I had an interesting mentor who taught me those names. Kind of stuck with me. Okay, so that we're good with the test for the. Let me make sure nothing broke project wide. So now we should be able to delay binding the public port until we have a leader who has committed an entry. So actually, that there's one point in the logic we can test that, I think. Where was that? And close everything here. Let me just check this in, actually. Incremental step, right? Yeah, don't need those. Other than to make it build. All right. WebGate. I should just remove that other file. I can't because I don't have a shell. Open up a new shell, please. Delete package. I don't need that file. There we go. WebGate. Add ability to bind public private ports separately. Now we're going to use that new function in the coordinator. Coordinator tests. Where was that? Was it in common? Yes. Yes. So right now, mobilize, when already mobilized, okay, actually, I guess it's mobilize primary, right? Why does this say primary? I don't remember why it says primary. Here. I think that should just say mobilize. Oops. I guess if you click on that, it shows the diff that you made. But that only works in the root repo right now. Right, so we're going to change these expectations. So now it's going to be expect true bound private, expect false bound public. And we'll also expect false that bound was called. We should reset this flag again, right? So assuming that this works, this is the flag that will have been set, and we reset it and retest it. Right? Actually, I guess we'll pull in all of them. There we go. Demobilize when mobilized. So, right, that's again. Take this out. Expect all of these are false now. And it was unbound. Right, correct. And all of these now are added. Okay. So this will test one part of it, that we don't bind the public port at all when we mobilize. So let's do that part first. Common tests? Yeah, here we go. So they're all broken, because we are binding the private port. So let's not do that. Is that here? No, here. Here we go. So mobilize. Configure, so here, instead of bind, it's bind private, right? Demobilize should still call unbind. How do we do that? Uh-oh. What do we call unbind? Oh, there we do. So this should make those initial tests pass. Cool. But it's going to break a bunch of other things, I bet, because we won't have bound the public port. I wonder if I actually depend on that for any of these other tests. I might not. Which would be good, actually. That would mean that's properly separated. Right. Okay, good. That is good. So none of the other tests depend on that behavior, which is good. We just need to add more tests in here. We will say bind private ports. Private port once leader elected and new term command committed. All right, so the arrange will just be a normal mobilize like this. Hey, thanks for the follow, Alicia. Okay, so mobilize the server, and then I have to pretend like leader was selected. So that I can pick from the raft tests, right? Better to pick from here. Raft tests. So I want a leader. Okay, here we go. When we send it a callback saying that some server became the leader. What's the default on mobilize server anyway? I wonder if this is why IntelliSense gets confused, because I'm using the same name common in two projects. I've run into that before with other tools. Declaration. 85. Like 85 filter, right. Okay, so yeah, I wanted to use a specific number so that we can use the same number when we do this in the act. And it's not good enough to be the leader, so we'll still expect false for public bound. Then we wait. Actually, we'll do there. What has to happen is that the no-op has to be appended, and then it should become true. So where does that happen? One of these. Add no-op command, okay. Oh, it adds one. Right, but where do we commit it? How do we, oh, I think we just do a callback, right? How do we commit? I think this is it, publish commit event. So when that happens, then the side effect is it should be bound. True. Right? So let's see if I did the test right. First, this should fail. And it should fail here, yes. And then I want to make sure it gets to the part of the code it should. So it should get where? In coordinator wrapped. Where it's on journal commit, right? Here. Yeah. So it should get here. So let's put a breakpoint here and make sure it gets there in that test. Cool. Index is 1. The entry should be an empty command, term 1. Okay, good. This is where I want to put the code. So I wanted to make sure it got there. And that's exactly where I want to do it. So when, hold on. When it gets, not there, what are we talking? I lost my position. Here, right? No, not exactly. Here, down here, down here, down here. What was this one for? Oh, that was special for something else. Okay. This is the no-op command. I guess this is the point where we want to check it, right? We'll say if entry.term, so much for IntelliSense, doesn't work. Right, if entry term is, how do we get our current term? It was something like cluster term. Yes, if we see the no-op command in our own term, then we might as well go ahead and just tell the WebGate to, that's messaging, to bind, right? Where we do the bind, where was it? Bind private, right? WebGate, right. Does it matter if it fails? I guess we want to log something, right? Yeah, what do we do if we can't bind the public port? I guess we'll just log a diagnostic error. So if not bind public, then diagnostic message time. We'll call it it's a string actually. It doesn't need to be anything more, but we need the error. So system abstractions, diagnostics, sender, levels. I wish IntelliSense was working. Let's call it a warning. I'm reserving errors for unexpected. Well, this would be unexpected, wouldn't it? Yeah. So the string will be unable to bind public port. Do we want to include that port number? No, it's already included in the other messages that bind public will do. So let's just try this. Cool. So it'll call this for any null command. I want to make sure that this doesn't actually do anything bad if we call it multiple times. Oh yeah, it'll just return true. Okay, so we're good. It'll do some extra checks that it doesn't matter. All right, cool. Now, moment of truth time. If all of this passes, I'll try it for real. See if that bug went away. Come on. These tests take a long time to run. But if this works and it all works, I think we'll be ending the stream because that'll make a good wrap up, and I've gone about 4 hours, so let's try it out. Where is it? Here it is. W stage, W serve. We should see that it doesn't bind the public port. Okay, yeah. See, it became a leader, and then it processed all the log stuff, and then it bound the public port. Good. So now I shouldn't see that problem anymore here. If I log in, correct for every horse staple, I'll get a token, receive a token, right? So now when I kill the servers, and now it's trying to log in with the token again, it should get in with the token because the token will be in the state as long as we've processed the entire journal. Let's see if that worked. Yay! We did it. So now if the servers ever go down, that's what you'll see. You'll see it log out and then try to log in again. And eventually you'll get back in, as long as your token is still current in the database. Nice. I like ending on a good note. So we're now binding private only when we start mobilizing, and then we wait until we get a null command in the current term to bind the public. And it's okay to call it more than once. And this is our test for when we actually bind things at the correct times. Cool. So this is coordinator. Delay public port binding until journal up to date. Just barely squeaked it into that limit, didn't I? You asked me a coding career question? Of course. I'll try to give you a good answer, but just keep in mind I'm not really an expert in everything. Go ahead. While you type your question, let me wrap things up here. Make sure I have everything checked in. I think I do. I just need to go to my Trello and mark that card off. Yep, we're all caught up in Git. This card is done. Yay. Look, I did 3 things today. We did performance measurements of our ECS systems in the prototype. I have now a mechanism, which is this nifty button in here to shut down the orchestrator without killing the realm servers. And then we fix this problem about losing our login token if the cluster or the servers start up and they haven't processed their journal yet. We could our login might fail. So doing that fixed it. Hopefully, clickbait viewer, you have an interesting name, by the way. Hopefully, you're typing your message, and I'll wait a little bit for your question. Oh, there it is. Mid-30s, looking towards back-end coding as your second career. If you have the ability, resources to spend the next year learning Python, how do you compete with guys coming out of STEM schools with whiz degrees? I don't think it's that hard. I was telling Rally Monkey this a while ago that getting out of a STEM school with a degree in CS, it doesn't really mean that you're a great coder in the real world. All you really need to do is get some coding practice in the real world. You don't have people coming out of school don't have real world experience yet. They know academically, and they might have some experience doing stuff within their classes, but I would say they really haven't built that experience yet. So you'll be able to compete. Just start practicing coding. You understand you need to build some portfolio projects. Well, you might have to do stuff like what I'm doing. Work on open source projects. Have stuff built up in Git. I think that's a great thing to show anyone who is looking at your resume. If you can list your GitHub link, or if you're being interviewed, you can talk about what you've done that they can look up in GitHub. That's always a good thing. And it could be anything you want. Just pick a project that's fun for you that helps you learn Python. Building a real project, yeah. Building real projects will get you going. I wouldn't worry so much about competing with people coming out of school, because schools really just teach the fundamentals, and you get that in the real world anyway. It's going to be, maybe if you haven't had that CS degree background, it might be a steeper learning curve for you, and it might take you longer to learn it. But once you do, it's not like there's something magical that they got in school that you won't be able to get yourself. Yeah, I hope that That's my opinion. I don't claim to be an expert on what you should do, but yeah. Work on projects that are fun for you in Python, put them in GitHub and add it to your resume. Okay, folks, I think I'm done for the day. So if anybody got suggestions on who I should host, if not, I'm going to look and see who I know is streaming that might be interesting for you guys. 80% have no real knowledge. Yeah, I tend to think the intent of school is to teach you how to learn. Not to give you knowledge per se, but to give you foundations for how to get real world knowledge. Oh, someone's streaming Botland. Look at that. Maybe I will go raid them to add to their viewer count. I will do that. So we're going to raid Goon Pontoon, who is streaming Botland. And I need to wait for this ad to finish first. Thanks for the follow, Clickbait viewer. Hope you enjoyed. I will be back tomorrow. And my schedule, I try to stick to it. It's 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. Pacific time. So we're like 15 minutes over that end there. Yeah, Botland is a game made by Adam13531, who's also a great Twitch streamer here. And I'm trying to help him market it. So if anyone is streaming Botland, I, just like Adam, am more likely to raid them at the end of my stream. So I'll be back tomorrow. In the meantime, I also have a Discord if you want to ask questions off stream, or if you want to know when I'm going to stream. I also put a link in that Discord and in my Trello and in my notes also about what I'm going to be working on. In case you're not sure if it's going to be interesting or not, you can look there to see if it makes sense for you to come back. So anyway, I'm going to set up this raid and we'll say hello to Goon Pontoon and watch him play Botland. Here we go. Thanks for the follow, SpikeSec. Anyway, guys, I will see you tomorrow. Have fun with Botland and Goon Pontoon. Thank you.